What up, y'all? What I got like lint? What up, y'all? Mic check, cam check. Seems like it's been a minute. Sorry, y'all. It has been a long weekend, and I was doing a lot of taxes. And when you do content creation and other side jobs and stuff, your taxes are not so straightforward. So I kind of need the past couple of days to kind of make sure all that kind of panned out the way it needs to, so I don't get in trouble with the IRS or anything. Can't really afford that. But yeah, welcome back, y'all. Hit the button there. Matthias, what's up, man? Moonstar, what's happening? Yeah, oh, good playing Diablo 4, yeah. So I think going forward, obviously there'll be some Diablo 4 in the mix, but I also will be playing some Diablo 3 as well. I decided that I will jump into the season late, but that's okay. So we'll probably play Diablo 3 a little bit on the back end, get our character going for a little bit, and then maybe towards the end of the week, early next week, we'll probably start going for pushes on UE as well as Shadow. Probably like maybe not 150 pushes, because I probably won't have enough Paragon to do that, but we'll see how high we can go with that. Josh says, strangest in time. Thought I had days off of work. Just call me in now. Something to listen and go to sleep. Gotcha. But yeah, what's been going on? Kill them all, and as well as Matthias, man. What you been up to? Me pull the full screen there. Oh, also the Super Bowl happened too. The Super TV was happening. That's right. I haven't streamed since the Super Bowl, have I? Or since before the Super Bowl. That was didn't go as I expected. I'm just gonna put it that way. I mean, I was rooting for the Eagles, don't get me wrong, but like but yeah. If 1500 tonight, Jira 130 in the shadows. Nice. Can you help me? Maybe, yeah. I don't know about tonight. We'll see. Because I mean, at this point, I kind of have what I need to farm. Like, I did finish up the got 6 set. So I mean, at this point, it's just playing at the moment. I don't really need too much of anything. I mean, better gear obviously, because my gear sucks, but we'll see. Decoy, what's up, man? All right, so you said you're going for rank 1 for D4 piss at the moment on Rogue. I'm assuming Rogue, right? Yeah, so I don't know if you know. I'm sure you probably know, but I found out only like 3-4 days ago, doing some research, that apparently, and I guess it logically makes sense, but it doesn't really help. Like logically, like in the realistic case scenario, like realistically, but apparently, you know, Reign of Arrows, the amount of time to hits is based off of the target's hurt box. And not just the hurt box, but where they are positioned in the hurt box. So like if a mob is turned a certain way, the hurt box shifts, meaning you can either get less hits or more hits on your Reign of Arrows. This leads to like, for instance, like, and it was brought to my attention, not like that, but someone posted in like the Rogue Maxroll Discord, and they're just like, hey, my Reign of Arrows, I'm shooting my Reign of Arrows, but it's like missing. And I'm like, Mama, I'm like, how does your Reign of Arrows miss? Like, yeah, like it hits, like it goes over the target, but it goes past the target, like, and nothing happens. I'm like, what? I'm like, were you too close? It's like, no, I'm playing a distance. And I'm just like, okay, that sounds weird. Let's do some research on that, because that sounds like they didn't supposed to happen that way. And so the biggest offenders, like the biggest difference in terms of offenders are concerned, that it's kind of easy to kind of do a test with. And as I was talking to Ava about it too, is Vershawn and Duriel. Like Vershawn, you almost always get 3 hits, which is what you would expect to get. You would get, the wave has like 3 different, arrows or whatever shooting in that area, right? So that's how many hits you think you're supposed to be getting. So Vershawn gives you technically the correct amount of hits, I assume. If Vershawn turns a certain way with his arms out doing a certain animation, you can get 4 hits instead of 3. But Duriel, you can get like 6 to 7, all the way up to 10 hits based on his hitbox. So you can literally double your damage output based on the hurt box. Over double your damage output. Crazy, right? But yeah, it explains why Echohack is so good with random rails. Like I never understood why Echohack felt pretty good, but it makes Mother's Judgment even worse. Cause like she has such a small hurt box and she's already annoying as fuck. Yes, it is. Graham said you had the same issue with random rails. Yeah, I just didn't know how bad it was. I didn't know how bad it was until more research was like done with it. And then I think at like once I found that out, I'm like, I don't really know if I really want to play random rails much anymore. Not that it affects me too much because I don't really do much of the pushing anyway, but even just speed farming, like that explains the wild differences in like the already wild differences in pit bosses, right? Like 115 is like speed, almost like, I mean, you could technically speed run a 120 up into the boss, pit boss. With some really good gear, maybe 122, 123, you could probably speed with some really, really good gear. But the pit boss is so wild. It's already wild because you're playing precision build anyways. And so like you do no damage with no ads. And then you do good damage, really good damage with ads. But now you got to worry about the hurt box of the freaking pit boss at the same time. Like what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. That's like a new level of just like I'm over it type thing. I'm like, I'm over precision build. Like I don't like playing precision builds. And then we have a new layer of RNG on top of that. And not only even that, but like, how do we even take advantage of getting the pit boss to face a certain way so we can get the maximum amount of hits on our random rails? Like, what the flip, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine missing your pit time, Matthias, because your boss is facing the wrong way more often than not. Not because you did anything wrong. You did everything you're supposed to do. You got the right map. You got the freaking, one of the right bosses or the right boss, and the boss just happened to be turning the wrong way more often than not. just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's wild. It's so wild, man. It's wild. Y'all are better than I am with that. I can't, man. I don't know. Anyhow, Letro's like, I heard Duriel always takes 5 to 10 hits. No one ever hates us. What up, Electro? How's it going? So with that being said, I had a really derpy moment. Derpy as in like I should have read the patch notes and I didn't, because well, I thought I read the patch notes, but apparently I did not. I didn't know that the shadow from the Shadow's Grasp has a internal cooldown. Like I should have known that because it was in the patch notes. I just didn't see it. But I remember I did some testing on it earlier like yesterday or today, and I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, this like shadow from here is like coming out like once a second. It seems like that seems to be a trying to go down. And DJ's like, yeah, it was in the patch notes. So I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I was in the patch notes. I'm like, what? Really? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what? I'm like, man, I'm bad. God, I'm bad. That is. But that changes things. I thought I didn't. I don't know. I just. Thanks to me doing what was that, man? What torment tier should you expect to get with the precision barrage build? I see his B tier on Maxroll. I mean, literally any difficulty. Like any C plus. Actually, yeah. Any C tier plus build will be able to thrash torment forward, no problems. You can speed farm 70s, 80s pits with precision barrage if you wanted. With decent gear, of course. Basically, I'll put it this way. Unfortunately, tier lists are kind of more so based on the ability to be able to clear higher tier pits, basically. That is kind of how the tier list is constructed for endgame. I don't like that metric, but unfortunately, that is a metric that the people on the internet like, and we're kind of forced to abide by that metric in a sense. But yeah, I'll put it this way: if you cap pit at tier 100, lots of builds go up and lots of builds go down in the tier list for endgame. Like for instance, if pit 100 was the cap, then Bloodway, which is technically the strongest build in the game, would be like a B tier build. It would go from being at the top of S to like being like maybe somewhere like mid B tier. Literally. And T100 pit is like still considerably harder than like T4 content, if that makes sense. If that puts anything into perspective. Crafty, what's up, man? By the way, it was great playing with you the other day. I've been meaning to get back to you and tell you that was a lot of fun, man. Excited to do it again when the game actually does come out for real. Cherry M, what's happening? Marcus, what's up? How do you cap resistances without Mythic Unique on Rogue? Honestly, the Mythic Unique actually makes it harder for you to cap resistances, not easier. What build are you playing, Marcus? All right, so there are some things I kind of want to test. Knowing Shadow Grasp now has a internal cooldown that apparently my eyes literally just can't. I apparently can't read patch notes. I'm bad at reading, so this actually makes. It's funny because when it comes to the Heartseeker build, that actually makes, if using Shadow Grasp still, or Grasp of Shadow of Shadow still, that actually makes crossbow actually a little better. Because if the internal cooldown is still 1, then attacking faster than 1 a second actually makes gives you less value the faster you attack with the while you're wearing Shadow's Grasp, if you're using that and that's meant to help you. Whereas a crossbow obviously won't attack as much, but it will still get the clone, the second clone out just as often. And what's going on? Belated birthday wishes. Thanks, man. I guess last week's time was the day. Yeah. It was Wednesday last week for sure. You got the new PC build. Nice. Peacha, what's going on? Blunt Master. And also Cherryum. I think I said Cherryum already. Yeah? Did I not? You playing Barrage, Marcus? Yeah. So when it comes to resistances, and armor or resistances, I mean, honestly, it's you just kind of have to get the stat rolls on your gear, and you have to get it on your Paragon board. Most builds, anyone who does build guides, no matter where you go, whether it's Maxroll, Mobilytics, or ICV, something like that, should have you capped on your resistances and armor. So I guess it's a matter of seeing where they place the resistances. As you see right here, I have all resist on my pants, armor here, but I also have actually my cap. Okay, yeah, I'm still kind of capped there, but yeah, I have all resistance on my pants. The occult gems actually give you armor and all resist, but if you don't have occult gems, you have to use the diamonds for all resistance or skulls for armor, whatever you need. And then of course Paragon board. So don't know how many points you have, but yeah, as you go into your Paragon boards, you do take nodes that have resistances on it as well. So you don't want to skip those. They're all resist nodes or the armor nodes, etc. So all resist nodes here, for example. Other things too as well is your mercenary, right? Where here it gives you 15%, and I almost use them for all my builds anyway. So here he grants you 15% resistances. So like there are many different things, but I think what ends up happening, what I'm finding out reading some feedback on my in the Rogue channel especially, is that people tend to get to T4 so fast with the amount of power creep there is in this game, that the damage they do is disproportionate to the defenses that they acquire along the way. So what ends up happening is like, oh man, especially random arrows, it's like, oh man, I got the amulet, I got the Sky Hunter, and like, you know, they do the, you know, they shoot one wave with random arrows. Like, yo, I'm destroying T2, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go to T3, and they do the same thing. And it's like, oh man, I'm killing T3 because random arrows just hits really hard. And then you get to T4, and it's like, okay, now I'm at T4, and it's like, oh, I'm dying. It's like, and then they look at the resistance, it's like, and the armor is like, whoa, wait a minute, why are my resistance armor so low? It's like, I don't understand. I'm following a guide. You know, it's really low. But what ends up happening is that your damage creeps up much faster than you obtain your defense, that you forget that you have to seek out the items and the stats necessary to help with your resist and armor. So people just go straight to T4 because they have the damage, but not the defense, and then it's like, well, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I totally get it, but you still got to take the time to get the stuff. But in the meantime, you can wear Rakanos Wake or Yin's Blessings for the, you know, really high amount of RS until you can get the right stuff, which is what everyone else kind of does, right? I did it. That's exactly what I wore. So, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. All right. What are we going to do? We're going to switch things up real quick. I might not have the right boot, maybe. No, it's not the right boot. Where's my other boot at? Is this it? This it? It's got to be this one because it has stun. I think it is this one. But it's got the wrong aspect on it though. All right, and then different pants. actually have some really good pair of pants that someone gave. That someone gifted. I'm not gonna use that quite yet. I think I might just keep this though, even though it's got shadow imbuement on it. Yeah, we'll leave it as it is. Telling me it's like I missed your birthday. It's all good. It's all good. Don't no worries. When was it? It was February 5th. Even got a pair of socks. I appreciate it though. I do. Also didn't stream like Sunday or Monday. Because I was doing my taxes, and that's a whole thing. Okay, I think that's it. So we're gonna experiment with different things this stream, as we kind of do with all the streams, I guess. What will it be? Let me not mess with this helm either. I have a theory about air perdition. I'm gonna test that tonight though. Do I ignore you? I'm not ignoring. I said it's okay. It's totally okay. Yeah, people don't know how to play having low defense. Fair. I'm lazy. I got yins and just call it a day. I mean, I had to wear Rakanal's Wake for like a day or two as well, just until I got the thing. Quick question: Does the Scotch up stack? No, they don't. It just refreshes the duration. Do you need proper defense when barriers and inferior enemies constantly? It's hard to answer that question because that would be different for different people. Like if you know that you're crowd controlling them all the time, and you can handle, like if you know that they're crowd control and you can kill them while they're crowd control, and you know when they're not crowd controlled, and you know how to not get hit when they're not crowd controlled, then yeah, you're fine, right? But that doesn't necessarily work out for everyone. But in terms of being cap armor resistances, you're gonna need that, because there are some things you just cannot dodge. Not like us. Put that there. Okay. What else do I want to do here? Hey, Chesapeake. I bet tax eating. So like, I mean, because of the fact that a lot of things I do is kind of like I have my main job, and then I also have side things that I do. Obviously, the streaming and Maxroll and like that. Like those are like independent contractor jobs type thing, which is obviously in the different when it comes to taxes and things. So you gotta be careful with how you but a lot of it is really like deductions and stuff, and like making sure that you can write off as much as you can legally. So Eric, what's going on? Yeah, I'm back. Are you required to declare master assassin? Oh yeah. Yep. In the States, in the United States, if you take in any income worth over $599, basically, if you make over $599 for anything, that can be donation or whatever, you have to claim it. So that includes anything. That includes investments. That includes, well, literally anything. Looking for a ring on max health and attack speed. GAs. So, Peter, did you know? Because I didn't know. I was late and I didn't read the patch notes. But did you know that that Shadowgrass has a 1 second ICD? Because apparently it was mentioned in the patch notes. And I literally didn't even see it. And I didn't know because I was actually just testing some random stuff and I found, like, I noticed it. So I went to the training room and I'm like, interesting. This other clone is only popping out what appears to be looks like once per second. Jordan is like, my buddy and I gotta play a lot of rogues, so yeah, can we please join your party? He doesn't believe you're on my friends list. Why don't you message me in game? You can whisper me. And then have him come by the stream. 0.75. 0.75. It's actually, I think it's 1 or closer to 1. At least I could be wrong. But apparently what Dizzy is saying is like, Dizzy told you? Yeah, I didn't see either. That's the thing. I wasn't aware. But it changes things a little bit. Cause but this way, if I'm attacking 5 times a second and my clone comes out once per second, then my clone, the clone itself is only contributing to 20% of, or is only adding to my attack 20% of the time. And in that 20% of the time, it's not getting all the buffs that I will get because, Blizzard and, Blizzard shenanigans. So that's even a little less value than I thought. Because it's definitely not getting growth. And some things from the wish powers or whatever. So it's like the clone's value is a bit less than I guess initially thought. Or at least, sorry, the Grasp of Shadows clone is less value than I initially thought. The regular clone's value is still quite good for the right builds. That ain't the issue. But how do you know what mythic uniques do? Usually they tell you. Like Starless Skies here, like you see on the bottom. Just spending your primary resources reduces the resource cost of your skills and increases your damage by 10% for 3 seconds up to 50%. You said what? You said the crafting ones don't? So are you saying you're not able to see the unique before you craft it? Is that what you're saying? Like the stats or anything? Yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah, that's something that you will have to kind of look up online. As silly as that sounds, yeah, you have to like look on a website somewhere. We have it all listed on Maxroll, by the way, in case you want to check it out there. We have a whole compendium of all the mythic uniques and things. But yeah, I wasn't aware you couldn't see him. I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check and see if is that really the case. I wish he'd perform "Hey Now," probably your favorite song off of GNX. Yeah, there were definitely some songs I really like some like his older songs. I kind of wish he would have performed. Like just in general, like especially like some of his older songs, because they're still classics. But I will say that probably a controversial take though. Slightly controversial. No, actually not controversial. Probably like hot take. Yeah, hot take is probably a better way to put it. But like, I don't personally, I didn't mind. I want to hear "Not Like Us." So him performing that at the Super Bowl, from a personal standpoint, I'm cool with. But I do think that on the broader implications of things, I don't think that playing a diss track with exaggerated allegations meant for rap battling, right? Obviously you're gonna throw punches and you're gonna exaggerate in any aspect that you can, and that's fine in the rap world, right? Whether that's on YouTube, whether that's X, whether that's wherever, that's fine. But is being displayed in the genre. When you're putting that out in front of like kids at a Super Bowl, and excuse my language or French, but lots of white people who have no idea what's going on, right? It's just, I don't know. That just feels a bit like imagine like someone here in a Super Bowl is like, who's a pedo? Like, and who's like, I mean, you know who Drake is? Like, oh, Drake is he really a pedo? Is he, don't get me wrong. I mean, some of those allegations and some of them are, there's some truth behind it. But like, let's be 100% honest. I'm not the biggest Drake fan, but he's not a pedo. He's not. Yeah, that wasn't it. He's not. And so like he bleeped the word out, but let's be honest, like the audience was singing that. Like, like the audience was singing that. And it puts a different implication when allegations that are meant to throw punches in a rap battle ends up being something that people who have no idea what's going on question in the public. That's when it's like not a good look. Don't get me wrong. I love the song. I absolutely love "Not Like Us." Like in terms of a rap beef type ordeal, bro, I'm with it. Like he killed it. But on that stage though, it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't really seem appropriate. Although I think things humans do, you're right. I think people really wanted to hear the song, which is why, if you noticed in the beginning of the Super Bowl, right, that he was questioning whether or not he was going to do it. Is he really going to do it? Is he really going to do it? So he kind of had to because of how popular it was. But at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel sorry for Drake by any means. But I do think that that's not, you know what I mean? Like, we know in terms of rap beef is concerned that, okay, yeah, throwing punches, but we all know he's not an actual pedo, but the rest of the world doesn't know that. You know, you hear those lyrics and, you know, they're thinking they don't know it's a rap beef. They don't know it's a rap battle. They don't know what that means. You know, I just think the environment wasn't good for that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. Like that's kind of where I you know, and could be a hot take depending on how you see it. You know what I'm saying? Say, do we though? What do you mean, do we though? Like, do we know if he's a pedo? Is that what you're asking? I think people don't really necessarily know what the definition of a pedo is to begin with. We throw anyone that's like, someone likes young girls, you know, we throw that all in the same category, right? We're not, I don't think anyone's questioning that he doesn't like them young, per se, right? I mean, young females, but not once have we seen or even have any remote evidence of anything that he's been hanging around girls of a specific age that makes him a pedo. Like, do I gotta put a definition out of a, you know, of what an actual pedo is? You know, being a minor or him, let's just say, quote unquote, let's say he does like minors, hypothetically. That still doesn't make him a pedo. There's a different term for that. There's actually three different definitions depending on the age of the individual. And according to what we know, what we've seen, nothing points to him being a pedo at all. Him liking the girls young, yes. Pedo, no. The fact that we have to like even question if that's even true or not kind of proves my point. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not the biggest Drake fan, and he definitely lost. I am not backing him up on that. I'm just saying it's a rap battle. Things are exaggerated. You say things obviously to throw punches or whatever, whether it's true or not, right? That's staring into the camera's vicious though. No, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm just being real. I'm being real. Taking any bias out of the equation and just looking at it from the outside looking in. I wouldn't have mind if he ignored the song and it'd be fought together. I honestly think well, I won't really go into that, but yeah, but people kind of might have been mad he didn't perform the one song of his that they might know now. Well, fair. I see. People like the song because it's a good song, not because it's Jake coming. I mean, I get that, but I don't. That's not the point I was making though. In terms of like why people like the song, I'm just saying when you're performing it in the environment outside of the rap beef, rap game, people who are normally looking for that type of content in a sense, like again, little kids at a Super Bowl who don't understand or know what's being said in the song. Let's be honest, like Kendrick's lyricism is literally like top 3, top 5 of all time, but he does have a little bit of mumble to his delivery. It's kind of hard to hear everything he's saying, right? But when you got the audience singing certain parts of the song and they just happen to be more so related with like what you would consider like alleged content, that's not a good look at a Super Bowl. I'll put it that way. Anywhere else, like, you know, music video, song, whatever you want, cool. Right, Super Bowl, that stage, I don't know. That's... Why Matt could perform at Super Bowl and no one knows? Because he's a good performer. He's an excellent performer. He's always been a good performer. I mean, I don't see why not. It was the most watched Super Bowl show of all time, so clearly there's something right. I don't think we're talking about the same things, really, though. Were you here at the beginning of the take? So I feel like we're talking about two different things. I didn't say it was a bad performance at all. Not once did I say I thought the performance was bad, that I thought he did a bad job, or that I thought it was a bad show. Where is the thing? I said there was one song that I felt like might not have been the best idea to perform given the venue. That's it. No, but obviously he's gonna do. Oh yeah, I know he's gonna do it. That's the thing. I think he kind of had to do it. I could see the situation that he was in. Right. I'm just saying it just doesn't, whether it's popular or not, whether it makes, the rest of the show that he did, 100% fine with. Right. And people love the song. No doubt. Right. I'm just saying, no one's gonna look at it and like in the perspective that I said no one, but I think not many people are gonna look at it in the perspective that I'm looking at it, where it's like looking at the implications of what that song is doing. People are just looking at it like, oh, I love the song. I'm talking about it from like a different perspective of the stage in which you're doing it in. I don't know. Maybe because I teach kids. So maybe my thought of the kind of influence, something that is kind of, you know, more so based off of insane lyricism, but also exaggerated allegations that are not necessarily yet proven, it just isn't really a good look. That's all I'm saying. It's 100% diss track, but it also separates them. Yeah, so I don't dislike the song. I think I want to make sure I make that point clear, because I think that part of the message might be missed. I like the song. I in fact, it was on my playlist like about 4 or 5 songs ago. Literally, it was on my playlist. Right? Y'all heard it. Literally, it was on my playlist. So it's not like I don't like the song. Absolutely do. But I would not, depending on the setting though, I would not sit there and play it in my classroom. I wouldn't be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just wouldn't. Well, obviously for some obvious reasons, but even if I could, I still probably wouldn't do it because of some of the things that are said in it. Not because there's curse words or anything like that, but just the implications of what is being said. Now at home, I would listen to it all day. You know, I'll be bumping to it all day, do the boogeyman all day, you know, like, I'm with it. But there's a time and a place. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. I don't know if the Super Bowl is appropriate for that, despite the fact that everybody wanted to hear the song, including myself. including myself. I'm guilty. The fan of George Carlin, I'm gonna say is already you have to be careful about messaging. Designing like that part of the song because it takes away from the rest of the show, a ton of imagery and subtle messaging. She said the boogeyman. I don't know what the boogeyman dance is. No? No? But you're 100% right though. Like it is a West Coast anthem. It is. It's 100% a bop, man. It is. Which is good. Like, I mean, considering that a lot of Kendrick's like songs are not, they're like, a lot of his really good songs are usually like one-time listens, but they're great, right? But they're one-time listens, right? Not Like Us is something that you can legit listen to, like, you know, over and over, and like, you know. I mean, that's why we wanted to hear. Right. I know, but like, I guess the thing is that like, when someone's, what ends up happening, put it this way, what ends up happening is that America is going to be America and do some really stupid, dumb things. So when someone's life is threatened over a rap battle beef, because people don't understand that it's just a rap battle and things are said, you know, to throw punches, and people take it literally, like 100% literally, that's when it becomes not cool. That goes for anyone, anyways, both ways, etc. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why when I said in that venue, when people don't understand what a rap battle is, and let's be honest, people who are in that venue, who are listening to it for the first time in a Super Bowl, you know, might have some thoughts about it, and it's like, oh man, he's really that bad of a person, or I'm gonna go hire someone to take him out. Not understanding the context behind what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where it is. Because, and again, like if it was, you know, if what was said in the, you know, whatever was like 100% true or whatever, you're just literally just speaking the truth, and dude is whatever, then it'd be a little different story. But just because it's throwing punches, because it's a rap battle and not everything is going to be 100% facts, people don't take it that way. Because not everyone understands. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Outside of that, you know, when it comes to the beef itself, Drake totally lost. Like in terms of the you know, in terms of the culture, he deserves all the ridicule he gets in the culture. Right? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, doing the trying to sue and stuff like that. Oh yeah, all the ridicule he gets for that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Deserves every bit of it. But not like anyone taking shots at his house because of an allegation that isn't necessarily true. That's kind of where that, but again, people are going to be people. You know what I'm saying? The line has to be right. That's all. The suing was wild, yeah. Was, especially when he was trying to sue for the same thing he benefited from. He was trying to make a claim on someone else for the same thing he's benefited from himself. Like, that's just like a whole new L. That's like, oh my God, dude. But I guess that's all I'm trying to say. That's I think that's the thing. J Rock is what's up. Remember the reaction to Jan Dex's wardrobe? Yo. I remember that. I remember that. All right, let's now that I'm warmed up a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I feel the same way about anyone's rap battle, right? Like I love Nas to death, but he can't play. If he got chosen to do Super Bowl, he can't play Ether. As much as I love that track, he can't do it. Yeah, don't you do it. This isn't too bad, actually. You can see Drake in the Super Bowl. I'll catch the singers. Really? No, I didn't see that. Let's talk about the Eagles, though. The Eagles and Chiefs or whatever. So I have this conspiracy theory that the O-line made some bets before the game. Kansas O-line, like totally was like placing bets. Because most people had like Kansas City winning, so obviously betting against Kansas City was a good idea, right? I'm pretty sure the O-line was just like, you know what, let's get in on this, right? Because ain't no way that Patrick was pressured that often and the O-line was playing seriously. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Bro. I mean, I'm not saying that Eagles pass rush defense wasn't good or isn't really good. But bro, like, I mean, I just never seen anything like that, man. Like, or maybe they secretly don't like Patrick, right? And it's like, you know what? We'll make it to the Super Bowl, and like, we're gonna show his ass at the Super Bowl. That's right, right. There's no way you can convince me that their O-line was playing seriously. Ain't no way. Their game be that bad. Like, something had to have gone down. With that being said, I'm glad the Eagles won. I'm not a Chiefs fan, but I'm just saying that type of ass whooping though, like I don't know, man. Like, you said my favorite #1 rapper is just nice. You mean Nas? But here he is again in front of Taylor Swift. I'm just saying though, like, I mean, that's just, man. I kind of really wanted to see like a good game though, like a closer game. I'll put it that way. I was totally expecting it to be more like the Super Bowl from 2 years ago, like when they first played. It was so one-sided though. Like the end score 40-22 doesn't show how one-sided it actually really was. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was way more one-sided than the score showed. He goes, he said, understandable some shit that murders. Yeah, I'm just I just can't I just four people. Four. Oh man. Eagles only have 4 defenders up front. 4. They didn't even like blitz. They didn't blitz. And like Patrick had like a second and a half to throw. Like for like 40% of the game. Like that's just insane to think about. White rookie CV pick 6, by the way, on his birthday. On his birthday. That Super Bowl made me think. I'm having a time because I'm not seeing the fast. Yeah, it was nuts. I just said the Illuminati predetermines the Super Bowl winner. Casey was not chosen. Nah, they just had the wrong refs working that game. That's what happened. It's exactly what happened. Eagles was just well overall, as you saw, yeah. But it's just, I guess it's just the way how they won, and how some scenarios just seem unbelievably crazy, right? Like Patrick looked lost the entire time. Until towards the end of the game, where it's kind of like, okay, I only have 0.5 seconds to throw. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out. It took him way too long to adjust, right? But he's never been under that kind of pressure before, that consistently, just never, right? They demoed the wrong. Yeah, like I said, Mahomes looked lost. I mean, he looked completely lost. Bro, where's it? Why are y'all taking so much? Why are you so tanky? But they did the first call on Offensive Fast and Furious. I was like, almost. Such a great song. Yeah. What's it called? My World, or I forgot the title of the song. What is yours? Yeah. That's it. I made way too many mistakes this run. Like, way too many mistakes. Yeah. I'm already past a 4-minute mark already. This was bad. I got some really bad at least though, but still. I'm sure I could have did better than this. Way better than this. Ether will always be your favorite. I don't know how you do the pit 4 billion times in a row to grind glyphs. Actually, the glyphs don't really take that long to grind. At least the important ones. I mean, I'm just leveling glyphs. I mean, I'm leveling the glyphs because I'm at the end of the pit. I don't really need those glyphs. Right now, I'm doing pit right now, at least 95s to compare something. So, I'm more of an experimenting mode versus farming mode at the moment. So, but like now pits just to be doing pits or like that, a little different story. I'm actually trying to see something. So 95 is kind of my testing ground for my experiment here. Because unfortunately the rest of the game itself doesn't really have any vertical progression, so testing in Nightmare Dungeons or Frontal Horrors doesn't really help anything. I don't know what just happened right there. I'm at the point where I probably should just skip most trash. But then I feel like I have to like backtrack. See, I had a better run this song, but I also like played better. Love that volume is music. Okay, so that was that. See, yeah, see explosives. You see, I'm like leveling the explosive glyph. It's like in no bills at all. But all my other glyphs are already leveled that I actually would actually use. So it's just a random glyph I'm taking at this point. Got an ancestral cow named List. Do you know what I did with it? Destroyed it with all the other trash in your inventory. I've done that. I've destroyed some really good like weapons that way. The sad part is that I wouldn't even like. I was thrown back a bit, but I wasn't even that mad. I was like, I guess I gotta go refarm them. I guess. Boiler, what's up, man? All right, we're gonna I guess change the experiment a little bit. Ooh, we can do 2 emeralds now. Okay, or 2 grand emeralds. That. Moving on up. I'm still not rolling. I'm still not rocking with the best. With the grand gems. To be honest with you, I actually kind of like the gem grind. Not even gonna lie, but I guess they offer so little for the time for the time investment. I guess that you do feel some kind of way, but in reality, I think it really should be that way. Versus, like, if you look at it from a outside perspective and all the things that all the power creep that we get. I almost think that this is the right way in terms of like small incremental increases if everything else was kind of like that. But because a lot of things aren't like that, it just makes this seem so out of place. How do you make money this season? Honestly, gold has been pretty generous this season. If you're just playing, especially just turning in whispers, since you're gonna spend a lot of time in Wish Tide. Gold is pretty generous this season. Other than that, I mean, you could sell runes, you could sell gems. Like if you got grand gems, you can sell these like grand gems for quite a bit. Certain runes go for a lot. I don't even know what the current market is, but like if you find like a Bach rune, especially Bach or Ohm is popular as well. Like you can make like 600-700 million per rune. Of those, probably. I don't know what the market looks like right now, but it was nuts. Embiid seems like he's having a bad time. Is there a time when Embiid is not having a bad time? Oh, runes came down to 10. Okay, well then never mind. Then on the runes, that was the way to make money. Oh, boss mats. If you got boss mats, I don't know if that came down or not. But boss mats are still pretty decent. They're pretty okay if you're low on gold or whatever. Are you serious? Okay, there we go. Market went down a bit as of today, really? Jeez. I haven't played in like a week. Mainly due to Monster Hunter Wilds. No, don't blow up. Don't blow up before I kill him. I was being daring. come on. Really? 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 Come on. I will admit, I did. Okay. That hurt. Whatever that was. And he's dead. Is Heartseeker Flurry? No, this is a Heartseeker build. Flurry is only just there for the mobility. Did I clear beta Arcbog Hunt? Yeah, I did. I was wondering, compared to the previous seasons, the only way the progress was trading. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Anonymous Gifter with the sub. Appreciate you. Also, Mantic, appreciate the follow. Also, Pollock, appreciate the follow. That was odd. It's a weird. That felt like a weird run. Especially that death. Nah, this was really bad because of that armor thing that I can't really like aim at. Also, another get this stuff from Anonymous Gifter. So walls don't really help the situation there. Shroud's the best mythic in the game. Yeah, well, probably best DPS mythic for a chest. Well, actually, I wouldn't even say that. Well, for a chest, yes. I actually don't like the Shroud for literally anything else besides the +1 to all passives, as a rogue, that is. And because of that, it makes me not like to use the Shroud because I don't have a need for the other stats really. All stats is alright, but I mean, I can get health on a regular chest. Don't really need the stealth damage. And resource regen, yeah. Nah. The fact that I only take the chest because of the implicit is kind of sad, to be honest. But that implicit is so strong that it's like you can't like not take it. Game Titan, what's going on, man? It's like the case with Rogue and Calvin Nameless right now because of the whole trick attacks thing being bugged and compounding off of each other, like compounding off of itself. You think they'll ever have a bow, like a bow Uber? At some point, yeah. Watch it be a crossbow though, because we got 3 bow uniques or whatever. They'll probably do one eventually, but it'll be like a crossbow. I'd be very surprised if it's a bow again. Not that I hate bows or anything like that. It's just kind of awkward that like literally they could have turned the Bariza into a unique, right? I mean, Bariza's always been quite an important item throughout the Diablo universe, Diablo 2, Diablo 3. And yet we don't have a Bariza unique crossbow. It's kind of weird. Am I working on a new build? No. Well, this is still Heartseeker. This is Heartseeker. So no, not a new build. But I am changing out like an item or two for testing purposes. But this is not a new build now. I don't really think I can really do anything new at this point of the season. I think I've exhausted everything I possibly could do. I tried basically everything that people normally wouldn't try, including myself. At this point, it's just finding interactions, right? It's like, oh, well, something that you didn't think or didn't think would work. Does that still work? Or does that really work the way that you think it does, etc.? All right, we're gonna do, let's see, let's go about we're gonna do Fist of Fate this run. What I think about Kendrick halftime show? I think the performance was really good. He performs well. He said, "I like your blog on Maxroll, by the way." Oh, well, thank you. You literally use that chess piece for all stats to hit every single legendary node on the Paragon board. I don't even care about that, honestly. I legit don't even care about that. I mean, most of the at least I'll put it this way: as a rogue player, I don't care about that. Most of the stuff I could care less if I hit the second bonus or whatever. It legit doesn't do anything gameplay wise or doesn't change what pit level I can and can't do. Most of that just a lot of it is the fact that the Paragon board is really boring and dry and whatever. But yeah, I mean, on a rogue, I could care less if I hit half of the, you know, or make half of the nodes actually have a secondary bonus or not. Like, I don't. Like in this build, the only thing I would actually no, yeah, in this build, I don't even think I care about any of them actually hitting the secondary part of it. Legit, I do not care. Because it just doesn't offer anything. Can this build hit tier 100 plus? Yeah. I mean, these are 95s. And these are 95s being done in around 3 minutes or whatever. So 100 is like, what, 4.5 minutes maybe? Maybe 5 minutes. Oh man, they're like CC immune. Freaking whatchamacallit. I just can't find a good way to like beat the armored dudes fast enough when they're in the pack. So it's kind of annoying. Like the clone has to hit them. People weren't expecting them to perform, not like us as a guest here. Oh no, no. I think he was gonna do that regardless. That's Kendrick. He gonna do that regardless. Whether it is a good idea for him to perform or not, in terms of other circumstances, it's probably a different story. But definitely not because of the lawsuit, though. But maybe Drake was hoping that he would. I'll put it that way. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, I think it's not a good way to deal with that. It was really the first like 2 or 3 packs that really made this tough. The first pack especially. Bad run. Ice Cube's amazing. Yes. There's got to be a better way to do that. So you got 1700 dex and 2650 crit, and I still feel like I hit like a wet noodle. What are you hitting? What are you missing? What build are you playing? Things humans do. What build are you playing? Precision Barrage. Okay. Yeah. So that's. So I'll put it this way. Just you see me pit pushing. This isn't pushing. I hope you don't think this is pushing. Yeah, this is definitely not pushing. Yeah, this is me doing an experiment on like 95s. So 95s is like my test, my test tier, I guess. It's just high enough to where if I make a mistake in my combos that I can see a longer run. And I pay for it in mobs becoming CC'd too quickly. Or becoming immune or whatever to CC. Ah, are you kidding me? These guys. Sorry, things seem to be done. I meant to finish my thought. Yeah. So. Yeah, precision, like the thing about the thing about is with precision barrage is that you only deal damage every fourth attack because you have to build 3 stacks of precision. So like when you're spamming right barrage, every fourth attack gets the precision proc, basically. Which means that the other 3 don't get the proc, and then your damage is really bad until you actually proc precision. It wasn't that bad last season because it was every 3rd attack, or last season and the season before that. But when they changed how precision worked a little bit, and they removed the 2 stacks on crit, it became 1 out of 4 attacks, which definitely hurt builds for precision that isn't combo points. Wiggity with the 5 gifted subs, appreciate you, man. This is not going well either. I'm like TCing them too fast. Well, not too fast, but not a great map and some other things. But yeah, with that being said too, humans, dude, this season is really the season of the ultimates. So you either Rain of Arrows or Death Trap, or your 2 strongest builds, obviously. But if you're not building a Rain of Arrows or a Death Trap build, then you need to have a Shadow Clone in your build, right? And whether or not your build works well or decent, it's determined how well it works. With clone. Per se. So also Barrage is just really bad with clone because the clone doesn't shotgun, nor can it. It can, but like very rarely will it ever do so. So it's gonna be missing a lot of shots, and I mean it's a mess. So you barely crit for like 1 or 2 million. Yeah, okay, you should be doing a little bit more damage than that. But like I said, if you're not proccing precision, so if you don't proc precision, then yes, your numbers are gonna look like that. So like I said, every 4th attack, you'll proc precision, and your numbers will look considerably higher than 1 or 2 million. But until then, you don't do any damage until precision procs. So when you said precision barrage, I kind of already knew. I'm like, okay. So every 4th attack is you proccing precision, meaning that you're not doing any damage until then. So kind of, what did I say before? Like precision builds that are not combo points are definitely like kind of dead this season. Because of the change to precision. Partially because of the change to precision. So like your only redeeming factor with Barrage and Precision, honestly, is to do combo points, so therefore you are proccing Precision every time. But people really don't like combo points Barrage, and I understand. Okay, I did not like Fist of Fate. Let's go back to a regular glove. So you are using combo points, but something seems off. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It shouldn't. Yeah. If you don't come up points, it should definitely should not be that bad. Like nowhere near that bad. I mean, like something major, such as like having the correct specialization, like the combo point specialization. You don't combo points, but make sure you have the specialization. Sounds weird, but I would double check everything. make sure that you actually have precision, like a point to precision and not necessarily like victimized by accident or something. Combat glyph, of course, that leveled out pretty high. Just those things alone should be enough to get you into, you know, upper 100 millions area. 1 or 2 millions, it seems very low. Like something major is happen. Did you you got that. Ice Cube's underrated. He's a living legend. He's in your top 3 next to Tupac and Big Pun. I almost never really hear about Big Pun, but yeah, Big Pun was nice. After blasting 120s on my Miranda Barrel, I switched over to my Poison TB. What do you think about Poison TB right now? Well, I will say that if you're blasting 120 with your Miranda Barrel, you're gonna just do not have the expectation. Do not have the similar expectations for Twisting Blades. Twisting Blades will not blast anywhere near that in terms of just like regular blasting. In fact, Poison TB won't even hit 120, even in like your most strenuous push scenarios. So as long as you know that and you understand that, you like Twisting Blades, I mean, go for it. Just know that there's definitely a difference in terms of the power between the two, and that's all I'm gonna say with that. 395 is 10 minutes with full Poison TB full build. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, as long as you're okay with that, like if you are okay with that, then go for it, right? As long as you're having fun with it. 65k HP. You have what? How do you have that much? How do you have that much? How? How do you have that much HP? 65k HP, including your shield, full resistant armor. Sometimes you get about 65. Jeez, 65k. I did think I have a lot with like the little bit I usually have. I usually run under 5 digits. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Okay. We're going with the regular glove this time. I don't have any high hopes, but we'll see. Bunch of GAs on HPs and that passive temper. Fair. Okay, regular gloves. It's been a while since I used a regular glove on this, but I see you. Yeah, okay. All right. Wow. Armor, dude. All right, Moonstar, you have a good one. How you gonna leave during Aaliyah, though? I'm just saying. Just saying. Yeah, I remember when I first started playing Heartseeker early on in the season, like the regular glove was like the worst option at the time. Although I will say my gear was also not nearly as good as it is now. But I wonder what I got now, what I have now that would that change that equation around quite a bit, because regular glove actually feeling kind of alright. For this exchange right here. The view good. I barely got the stagger kill, the one stagger kill. Oh, I forgot to spin my obols. Let's do it again then. Oh. Not that close damage, and the dex is alright. I guess the barrier is not bad either, but yeah, I'm about to check your setup though. things to me because like that sounds like something's majorly off. I don't know how much work you really want to put into this, but like if you can make like maybe like a very short video clip of like hovering over all your stuff, like your gear, your skills, Paragon, with the glyphs and all, I could probably give you, and also your specialization, I could probably give you a better answer that way. Regular legendary gloves better than capture shots for Heartseeker. Kind of partially when I'm trying to, or one of my experiments. Originally, no, it wasn't at first. When I first was playing around with it, I had the legendary gloves as 4th place. Legendary gloves were 4th place. Fist of Fate was 3rd place, Pain Gorgeous was 2nd place, and then Grasp of Shadows was 1st. In terms of the order of gloves. But also my gear really wasn't that great then at the time. So I wonder if now having a better turf glyph and things, maybe having more damage to close or whatever with the closer glyph, since it does double dip. The legendary affix does with close quarters combat. Is that changing things, kind of, sort of? I will say that the regular glove is performing better than I remember it used to. So they have a good stream, isn't it? Isn't it where the PS5 version doesn't have Mercy? Really? Wait, no, it should. Unless you like, if you don't have the expansion, that's the case. But I think if you have the expansion, I don't think. If you have the expansion, you get mercenaries. I am pretty certain, because if only the PlayStation version didn't have mercenaries, but you pay for the expansion, I'm sure there would have been a lot bigger commotion than about that at some point that I would have heard about. You have the expansions, but you don't have the quest for the mercenaries, because you have to do their requests, like each one of the quests to unlock the mercenaries. So like they don't just come every. You don't have any of the priority quests. What's the tune that's playing right now? I'll type it out for you. There you go, CPM. You have them on PC version and no on PS. You sharing? I guess what I'm saying is that you should have the mercenaries. Have you Googled? I mean, this sounds silly, but have you Googled it? Like, have you Googled to see if anyone else on PS5 don't have mercenaries? Because I would think that that's a big deal. That I'm sure Reddit would have complained about it by now. Like, Reddit would have had so many more shitty things to say about Blizzard for not having mercenaries on PS5. Like, I'm sure there has to be a thread somewhere if that's the case. And I find it hard that I haven't heard about that yet. Now, the only thing I could think about is if you have the expansion on the PC, you still got to buy the expansion on the PS5. So like if you didn't, so that's another thing as well. So like it doesn't transfer over, and maybe that could be it. Isn't it two different accounts though? You're right. Like if you bought the expansion on PC, you're not gonna have it on PS5. You have to buy it for PS5 as well. Did 500 before Street. I did 500 mouse clicks before stream. Oh, come on. Will Brown, what's up, man? Please help you with some D3. I hit 70 for the first time with Demon Hunter. Compared to expert, when the work can you do is your first playthrough? That's a loaded question. I would say how did you hit 70? I put it that way. Did you play solo or did some friends level you up? Because it's not uncommon if you can only just do expert and you're like you just hit 70, you know. It's not uncommon especially with it being your first playthrough. Like, that's actually not bad at all. Die flex. This solo campaign. Okay. All right. So the next thing you want to do is the seasonal journey. So like, there's a seasonal journey for you that you follow. I forgot the hotkey for it to open up, but you want to do the seasonal journey because each chapter you complete, roughly, almost each chapter you complete gives you 2 pieces of a set. So every season there's a starter set that you can unlock through the seasonal journey, which doesn't really take too long to do. But in order for you to really get your power going, you need to do the seasonal journey to start unlocking, you know, parts of your 6-piece set quickly. The good thing about this season for Demon Hunters is that the 6-piece set for the seasonal journey is got 6 Demon Hunter, which is a very good starting set. Like very, very good. That's what you should definitely start working towards. But yeah, being on expert, your first playthrough, especially after finishing your campaign and you're 70, like that's not uncommon at all. Like it really isn't. Like definitely don't feel bad. I mean, that's kind of normal for someone who like you just started playing the game. You're not doing bad. Now you got to figure out how to access your 6-piece set. And I don't know if you're looking up any build guides or anything like that, but Maxroll has a really good like section in terms of like what you should do for seasonal stuff, and also build guides for Demon Hunter. Bramble still alive. I didn't like this either. Yeah. So either regular glove or shadow grass. Grass or shadows. I just didn't think that the clone was, or didn't think or didn't feel that the clone was doing that much. Although I am missing something actually. I just realized something. I just realized something. Because without shadow grass, I don't have no witness is not capped. Yeah. Oh, I guess I gotta do all my testing again. Because I totally messed that up. It's a pretty big buff to not have. I have a Discord? Yeah, I have a Discord. Exclamation mark Discord. Yeah, definitely just DM me. Yeah, well, that explains I don't want to say a lot, but a little bit. Let's see where that puts me. 51%, really? Yeah, well, that means I got a legit I don't have enough to make grand diamonds still image. Jeez, man. All right. $60, $40. I had to actually spend more at 55%. All right, so if I had another grand gen, that put me at 59. Of course, I could always just change the glyph though. I can just run Devious there. Swap out Turf and Devious. But I don't know. The file is too big. Gotta trick it somehow. You can just lower the quality. So I don't know, like if you recorded it in like 1080p or whatnot, and then you can lower the quality life by to 480p. I don't know how good your video editing skills is, but like you can like smoothie every day. Yeah, but yeah, you probably recorded in like 1080p, so like you can just reduce, like if you reduce the video quality, because I don't have to see it in 480p. Sorry, 1080p. Okay. All right. Let's retest now that I got a better some ultimate damage, I guess. Actually, speaking of which, do I have another? What is this? Closer.
Potato.
Hunter.
Potato.
Previous. Control was up. Just control. I could make some changes, but I'm not going to. I don't think it's that serious. I do need to retest now that I didn't realize I didn't have my whatchamacallit. Yeah. I did a Season's Journey. I need to do bosses on Master Mode, so you're stuck. Have you done the first chapters already? Like, doing the bosses on Master is like chapter 3 or 4 or something like that. In that case, you should already have like a 2-piece or a 4-piece guy set already, which should definitely get you out of expert. Will Brown. Have you tried to I'm gonna think of what else. If you got a 2-piece set, have you tried like gambling for other items that you might need? The 9th series satchel, the quiver, Hunter's Wrath, the belt, Death Diggers, the pants. All those are rather big. You're streaming or something. Oh, I'm streaming on YouTube as well. So Twitch and YouTube. But you guys can't see the YouTube chat. Exclamation mark YT. There you go. You said, am I even live? That's kind of funny though. Yeah. It's gonna be more weird for I think YouTube, because like YouTube, just Twitch has, it's like my prime audience, right? YouTube barely gets to see any questions unless they're reading it from the screen. Because like the YouTube, like the Twitch chat appears on the stream itself, in like a little box bottom right of the stream or whatever. So, but not YouTube's. Smooth, but yeah, it's whatever your Google account is, I guess. I made that mistake before, by the way, so I totally get it. It still feels yeah, so whatever you fill out your name to be on your Google account is what's gonna show up on YouTube. Because it's connected. So that was a little better, having the ultimate damage be there instead. We deal with the regular glove now. Now that I got the whatchamacallit damage now. Need to change that. You should be able to change it. I think so, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Alright, so still a few more experiments here. And we'll hop on some D3 for a little bit. Switch back to the glove. If I only play Rogue this season, then maybe. Yeah, just Rogue. I actually had ambitions to play like Ball Lightning, Sword, and then Shred Druid. But then I think my interest in like the season, or you know, season 7 in general, started to wane a bit. I don't think I have it in me to level all the classes right now. Come on, there we go. Doug said, "What's up, man?" Said hello from Brazil. One of my old friends is from Brazil. Ascend double roll P, deal double G. You need to upgrade the way this stuff looks, no colors. If you below on master, just change around your passives. Yeah, just make sure that you're continuing to support your gears of the Dreadlands set for Demon Hunter. Started Rogue, then went Necro, then made Bar, then went back to Necro. Clicked on that blood wave, huh? Alright, right, let's put back on the shadow, the aggressive shadows. It's broken. It just deletes everything. Like I said before, way back. I say way back. Imagine if hit 100 was the cap, like they originally kind of was gonna do it. T100 was a cap. Bloodwave would be like B tier, mid B tier, because at that point, every build, but lots of builds would be able to clap 100. Like just be about how fast you can do it, and Bloodwave, while it's got the DPS, you know, don't necessarily got the speed. Because yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, B tier, maybe top of C tier. It's kind of interesting, the perspective when you make a small subtle change like that, right? But obviously that's not the way it currently works. More zeros, the better. Because, you know, well, I successfully compressed your 1.53 gigabyte video down to 1.53 gigabytes. What? Okay. Is that even possible? To have like a it's on the, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They change, or did you mistype gigabyte to megabytes? Kilobytes? Microbytes? I don't know. I'm just messing at that point. Yeah, okay. Ow. That's what happened. You get the British didn't trick at all. So there should be something. There are some programs online. Like if you like just type in like in Google like video size shrinker or anything of that nature, or how to make your video size smaller or like that. There should be some online converters that will allow you to do it just by, you know, uploading your video there and then picking like your output or whatever like that from there. So I would have to try one of those options. Oh, well, I mean, oh yeah, that works too. Yeah, true. That works as well. I'll take a look at it actually after this run. I feel like it's really close between Aggressive Shadows and a regular glove, but I think Aggressive Shadows kind of helps the idea. It helps with possibly a clone actually hitting an armored target. Gonna embarrass you something? No, man, you're good. You are good. Don't feel that way. Let me know when you send it though. Or let me know when you DM me. Skywolf, what's going on? Okay. Knowing what I know now, I kind of want to throw in the fire up. 6 to 9 inches of snow coming. Where do you stay? Wait, are you like in the? Are you like in the Midwest? Because like there's like a snowstorm coming. Iowa. Okay. Yeah, I know we got a snowboard storm coming in. It's been like warm the past like week and a half, and then like today it was like in the 30s, like high 30s or whatever. And I'm just like, what? I gotta put on a jacket. Lame. Okay. Why'd I keep damage on there though? I guess no matter what I do, it's gonna be like a death stat anyway. I mean, damage or crit damage ain't gonna really matter. But whatever. I'll feel better if it's crit damage, just cause. What state you in? I don't mind. I'm in South Carolina. Damn, I can't get crit damage. About to say. Low roll though. I'll take it though. The cervix. I don't think I have another cervix though. You call that nice out? Well, I guess just you're in Iowa, maybe that's considered nice out. 9 degrees. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, what am I doing?
You lose a little mass to dust. Fare thee well.
Let's see how I feel about this one. Come on. Enjoy your NorCal temperatures. Despite the fact that it felt like a bad run, it's actually not a bad run. Jex, what's going on? Playing Quill Valley right now for leveling. Cool. How's the endgame grind been? Honestly, okay for like the first week and a half ish roughly. I feel like a lot of the changes they made in season 7 was actually good, but I think for like the long term, like for someone who like plays a lot, like if you play a lot and you played the previous seasons or whatnot, you're gonna run into a lot of similar issues that you have in terms of playing a long term, and that is that you don't really have much vertical progression left for you to do once you reach a certain point, and you get there pretty quickly. So it just kind of depends on how much you actually play. Like if you play like maybe 5-10 hours a week, then it's not a problem, right? But if you play like 5 hours a day, you reach that point quick. So it would be nice to see more changes to what they have in in-game in general. But I do think, to their credit, they did do a lot of good quality of life things for the game itself in terms of the base game itself, and also some pretty decent class changes. Just need more vertical progression, more things to do with the gear that we are chasing and finding. How do you think they can improve the progression? I think honestly just I'll put it this way. For someone who plays a bit and kind of like knows how to level on things, you get the T4 really quickly. And T4 can be challenging when you first get there, and you get there really quickly, but it's challenging when you get there. Once you kind of have your build built out, not like min-max, but you know, you do have a kind of, you do have it built out a little bit. Like T4 becomes a joke on most builds in the game. So that means if T4 is a joke, that means everything in T4 kind of becomes a joke as well. That includes Infernal Horrors, bossing, Nightmare Dungeons, any of the out-of-work activities, Hell Ties, etc. Because you have a decent build or whatever. So at that point, what incentive is there for you to grind for something better if you're if a mediocre character with a mediocre build can slam T4 already? Well, we do have the pit, right, which scales higher obviously than T4, and that's kind of really it. But the pit also has its own problems. Bosses are not really balanced. Trying to continue to push higher tiers and higher tiers of pit, which are really hard to do or next to impossible in some classes or whatever, certain tiers of pit or whatever, doesn't really necessarily seem to fit the game well at all. The amount of fishing required, needing a certain boss to be able to clear some of the higher tier pits, it gets a lot of imbalance with the game mode itself past tier 100 especially. But unfortunately, it's the only content that has any scaling for you to test your gear and stuff with.
Yo, Dark Side.
So
We just got raided, son.
yeah.
You know how
Sure,
we do.
what's going on?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
I can't do the dance because I'm in the middle of a pit, but I appreciate you. Normally I do the dance with that cheesy. In the video you see in the top right.
God, cheesy. Ow.
No dance, no. Yeah, people love the raid dance though. So
Ishalia rated my stream with
people kind of
28
look forward
views.
to it. But welcome aboard. We're just kind of just playing for the sake of playing mostly. I don't really have any goals or anything. I was trying to do some experiments with something on a build that I'm already playing. But that's really about it. Testing grounds being 95s per se for this particular build, because it's not an S tier build. You dancing for me? How am I liking this build for speeding? Oh, I mean, I love Heartseeker for speed farming. Feels great for speed farming. I go with like Shadow Imbuement and some other things for like the T4 speed farming stuff. Can't help it, you do that every time. Just pause the game. I wish that was the case. Any recommendations for a good pin shot build? No. Nah. Pin shot's just down bad right now. It really is. What rooms is recommended for rogue? That depends on the build. your rune choices will directly be dependent on the build that you're playing or running. I'm playing the campaign and then doing the special. Oh, okay. So yeah, you have it. You got a bit to go. I will say the campaigns are fun. I will say that the original campaign is better than the expansion campaign. But it's definitely a decent experience for sure. I love the raid pop up, makes you laugh and dance with it. Nice. Yeah, the original campaign was really good for sure. But yeah, is it Kristen? Is that how I say it? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely just depends on the build. Because not every rogue build uses the same runes. But Olm is popular and Vex is popular. Vex because of the ultimate stuff that we are doing this season, and then Olm is just a war cry, which is 15% more damage. So I'm curious. $280, $311. But I got that. So that's like a 10-15% damage increase. Then I had the aspect. Of course, dex percent too. Alright, let's try anything but with the crossbow and regular glove. Try to upgrade your wish power. And character said too poor for that. I like, but it me too. Yeah. I actually kind of like the wish power grind, to be honest. Having something like something more to kind of look forward to. I don't think I maxed out all my wish powers yet either. I got them like to the rank necessary, and that's kind of really it for most. Kind of weird. Come on. That tornado actually kind of made things worse. It put him away from where I really wanted him to be. Usually it doesn't do that. We kind of caught back up actually. I feel like I was like lagging. Okay, now I can't find. I'm about to run away. Dead end. Alright, Wiggity. You have a good one. Not bad. I'm so conflicted. Regular gloves versus grass of shadows. Don't know.
Come with me.
Catching was not me only now realizing why I recognize your name. Great job on the gas. Oh, thanks, man. You talking about the Maxroll guides? Yeah, I do the well now. Well, I've been doing the road guides on Maxroll since the launch of the game. It was just me and Woody that did it, and then I think Woody kind of went to Spiritborn, and it kind of just became me and Mippy. And now it's me, Mippy, and DZ. But I usually do most of the Bow Rogue stuff, so we try to keep it somewhat archetype based on what we like prefer, kind of sort of thing. So basically all my guys are going to be basically bow related stuff on Maxroll, just because that's the archetype I tend to prefer, and Mippy's the other way around, so I guess it kind of works out. Oh, really? That really messed up. I didn't think it was gonna fall that early. Come on. I keep running into dead ends. Nothing to kill. Oof. Yeah, I gotta backtrack. It puts me over 3 minutes again. Yep. Just normal gloves versus aggressive shot. What stats we have on normal gloves? Nothing special. Just Dex, health, crit damage. And then a tipper close damage. Basically, the biggest thing is the close damage temper, and then the conceded aspect kind of thing. So like, because the clone is only out like the clone from the Shadow Grasp is only out like 20% of your attacks, 20-25% of your attacks, because it has an ICD on it. And it doesn't get some of the buffs that your other clone gets per se. I guess I'm just wondering, is it really worth it versus like a regular glove? I mean, it's good. It's not saying it's bad. But me not realizing, or didn't read the patch notes correctly or whatever, not realizing that it has an internal cooldown of 1 second versus, you know, the Grasp of Shadow clone being out more often than I thought. I'm like, well, should I try different gloves, see what happens, sort of thing. That's kind of what this is. The video processing has been stuck on 3 minutes left for like 15 minutes. So right now I'm just kind of back and forth and sort of figuring out what I like. I mean, they're like so close to where I it just kind of like it can just be a preference thing at this point. But especially like if you need more health or whatever, a regular glove might make more sense. But we can whatchamacallit. Barbie, what's going on? I'm playing Heartseeker, but you're having a blast? Cool. Glad to hear. Have you tried Shank Rogue yet, by chance? Cancer? At some point, once you're like, you know, geared up your Heartseeker, you should totally just give it a shot, just for fun. It's basically all the same gear. Just a couple of different tempers. That's kind of really it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun actually. Like, a lot of things are still the same, but it kind of makes the build, like, it feels like a different build, even though you're using most of your Heartseeker gear basically, but it feels like a different build. Oh, whatchamacallit. Yeah, trying to like figure it out. See, it just seems so inconsistent, because as soon as like the the champ mobs, the one with all the shield, or the one with the, I'll just say purple aura because that makes it easier for people to know what I'm talking about. Like the moment that gets involved, it can change how fast I destroy an elite, and that just becomes annoying because I don't have a way to really target them in the build like this because it's Heartseeker and the arrows kind of have an auto aim ish type deal with this, so I can't just like focus the purple aura mobs in a big pack like that. So it's kind of like I hope my clone hits where I want it to make that pack, you know, go by a lot faster. So I don't usually main rogue. I did make one though. With my death trap, nice. Death trap is a good build. All right. Well, I didn't really. You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do one more thing. One more thing. Just cause. Blame SB. Say what now? Nothing. Appreciate the sub. Armor is back. Oh yeah. Definitely happy about that for sure. That freaking purple aura mob like literally ruins this entire pack. It's actually not even there anymore. It's just this is way beefier than it should have been. Oh, there we go again. Yeah. We'll back out though. So what happened though? Blame SB. We can go ahead and put that to the test now. Lone Raider, what's going on? What made you try it again, though? Am I doing Nightmare Dungers or Pits? Pits, but more so like in like a test environment to figure out something. I feel like something's working I didn't before. All right, we'll play around with it. Forgot kind of what I had. I should remove the hex here. Purging touch. Can't do that anymore because I won't have the hex thing. We'll go to Doom. Do one more, I guess. I had never leveled it up. Oh well. And then we go back to Voice of the Stars. Do that over the hex. Toe lanes. Okay. I guess my thing is I guess what made you like try it, I guess is my thought. Like were you just kind of just like, you know, I wonder something like bought a beatbox for the first time. It was like straight out. Okay, so I guess kind of the same thing what I'm doing, I guess now. I went back to regular gloves for a little bit, and that actually felt pretty good versus Grass of Shadows or whatever. So I had regular gloves in 4th place originally. Remember, I had like, I think it went Grass of Shadows first, Pain Gorgeous second, Fist of Fate third, regular gloves pretty, you know, far distance 4th. I guess after having better gear now than I did when I first tested, you know, quite a bit better gear than I did at the time. Regular gloves aren't as far behind as I initially had them. Speaking of this is a bad encounter. I mean, this feels good. Artillery Shrine though. I hate this map. I'm gonna be backtracking a ton. Yeah, I mean, if it feels good. I would have noticed a decrease, I guess, if it didn't work. Oh yeah, that's yeah. I mean, that felt better. Interesting. Real brown, nice. Did I get a fresh lineup? I did get a haircut like last week on my birthday, actually. Gym room still don't have to. Don't say to let. No, I don't think so. Yeah, that run actually did seem better. I made some like bad decisions in terms of like where to go, running into dead ends or whatever. But the run itself was actually fun. I'm 21 years old now. I'm moving okay, actually, like killing the trash on the way. I don't feel like I have to just fight at least right now. Yeah, I don't know what changed, honestly. But I mean, it feels better. Like, for sure. Despite all the backtracking. But the killing is definitely better. I don't think I've seen a single like crowd control immune elite this run because they lasted too long or something. But I'm switching to ultimate gem as well as a primary resource. So when I use a regular glove, I go with the ultimate gems. Because I don't have ultimate damage on the regular glove. So I have to make sure that I get my my no witness bonus like full. I could finagle it and change like where some of the glyphs are to kind of get that without having to change the gems, but it gets much easier to just put the ultimate gems here. I mean, the plus basic attack damage is additive. That plus 60% is really like in reality like not worth, it's like worth the same thing as ultimate damage really in terms of like it's in the same bucket. So right. Although I guess the basic affects you and also the clone at the same time. So, but it's still additive at the end of the day. Cool. But you're right. I don't know what changed. I think I'm gonna have to like talk with Ava. See if I can, because he has like all this stuff. Like he has like, well, you know Ava, so I don't think I have to say more than that. But I'll talk with Ava to see if, you know, what has changed in terms of that combination is concerned, or those combinations are concerned. But your energy drinks now. This is just fruit punch.
Yo,
What's going on?
We just got raided, son.
Yeah, ads.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy. Out. What's going on, sir? How's it going?
Senseat has raided my stream with 11 views.
How's it hanging? What did it do? 100. I don't think I like tried speed farming 100 yet on this. Pretty sure it's probably gonna take me like 4 minutes plus with my current gear level. You hanging in there. So cool. Dude. That purple mock kind of ruined my first encounter. Yep. Wait, where the mom? Again? Huh. Almost before to the king. It's a dangerous set of mobs. I think I'm at the point where I probably would want to switch out Flurry for Poison Trap, so I can have a guaranteed knockdown instead of waiting for Variana to do it. Come on. Oh, that it has that much range. Yes. I feel like I can almost kill them before they become unsettable. Like almost, but not quite. Sometimes I can. Other times that happens. I definitely would have to go in poison trap for the knockdown. For the guaranteed knockdown, like when I want it. Yeah, boss kill wasn't bad at all though. Hit boss was like just feels. I feel like if I had like a good rotation, I can almost one stagger kill it. Some bosses, which actually feels nice for Heartseeker actually. Are they dancing? Y'all want some? Okay, yeah. All right. I'm down. Party over here, guys. Party over here. I don't know what y'all doing over there, but party's over here. Obviously, the party's right here. There you go. Yeah, all right, there we go. You can't just like not do that when other people do it. Right? It's you can literally walk into almost anybody in town, like start doing it, and then they just start doing it. They don't even know why. It's like I just saw him do it, so I had to do it. Yeah, well, I guess we'll leave it at that. I don't know what they did. I don't know if it's as big. Well, I'm gonna say as big as a buff as it is. I mean, Purging Touch with Voice of the Stars. I guess it is still kind of coming, like the clones still coming from you, though. So, I guess that makes sense. Oh, cool. I would definitely note that. I'll send the information over to Ava if he reverse engineer what happened. What might have happened, I guess.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Alright, with that being said, I'm going to make the switch. I'm gonna play a little bit of Diablo 3. Because I do like the season. I kind of struggled whether or not I was gonna actually play or not, but I'm like, you know, I do actually kind of like the season theme. So we'll do a little bit of it. Gotta change the category though. Speaking of which, I like just got my God 6 set. So we're still baby DH. Just trying to get things going. Wait, what happened? Okay, the game didn't start. Weird. There it is. It just took a while. This is where it all started for me, streaming wise. Before I start, I'm gonna go stretch. I'll be right back. Everything looks so tiny.
disappointed.
Oh, my bad. I wonder how long my mic was muted, really. But yeah, I just got my 6-piece set together, so now it's time to actually like blast a little. I'm not gonna. You say you do the same thing. Yeah, but like I won't be doing like the mega blast or anything for D3, but I do want to play the season though. You started a row? Oh, nice. What build are you building towards? Dance of Knives. Okay, okay. It is it's a very good leveler. The best rogue leveler. Jex is like where it all started. Yeah. But honestly, God 6 Demon Hunter is why I have a hard time playing or wanting to play Dance of Knives or D4. Just because God 6 just does it better. Like it's just not that I don't dislike Dance of Knives or whatnot, but you know, after many hours and hours and you know a couple of years of playing God 6 is like using it in game right now is really good.
I am returning to town.
Yeah, what else am I trying to get here? I need to. I'm trying to transition into Shadow Strafe or Strafe and Pale. Sorry, but I'm missing. Got the. I need the pants. Make it happen. Pants and helm. Ziggy sent it? Okay. I'll take a look after this. I won't put it up on stream. If you don't want me to. But I should be able to quickly look at it and be like, aha, it's that thing. Hopefully. Arcane Wizard with your first D3 experience. You'll never forget. What season was that? Was it Arcane Meteor, Wiz? We had some Bradbury and a grilled cheese. Let's go. Oh, I mean, how you miss tomato soup? I usually like it's hard for me to like do soup unless it's like it's gotta have like a lot of stuff in it. Like I like the Campbell's like chicken and dumplings one. Really good. Like the chunky soups or whatever that kind of eats like a meal almost. No clue you was, oh, I mean, okay, so you talking about like way back then. Ows. Homemade potato soup is the bomb. Oh, before this pitching, yeah, that's like way back. I'm like super glass still. Ow. I'm gonna start doing some GRs after this, so. Oh, Leviathan kill me. Nah, I'm just like super glass. I got like my 6-piece, but I didn't re-roll anything or. So I'm like ultra glass. Riders. This just feels so different. Definitely feels like I have not played in forever. Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Shall we?
Try to see if we can get a quiver.
Maybe you can
My
find
pack
a
is
use for
full.
that.
Ooh. Remember the trailers for this bitch? That's so creepy and awesome. Yeah, I mean the expansion definitely saved the game.
What a steal.
I cannot afford that.
But I won't pretend like I didn't like the first, like that. I didn't like the game before then. Actually, there are some things about the Diablo 3 that I liked before the expansion. Really, not the Ashenauts though, but just the gameplay itself, or the builds. I put it that way. There were no 6-piece sets or whatever, so like we kind of created our own builds or came up with our own builds or whatever. There were more things that were more balanced because all the items were trash. The item decision was really bad. So everything was pretty much mediocre if you really think about it in terms of what you made. Because the items themselves just didn't have that big of an impact. Mixtape Legend, what's up? D3 has been fairly refreshing this season. Yeah, I guess I couldn't really play the first weekend or the opening weekend of it, so I kind of like lost like the momentum to like blast it when everyone else was. So yeah, this is me trying to casually-ish get back into it, semi-casually. I forgot how squishy, like how ultra squishy I am. Y'all, I love the game. I told her I was at the D4 and it dropped. She had the biggest smile on her face. She wanted to build a PC so she can play that in D2. She's a big D2 player. That's cool. Lady of culture. I'm not playing D3 for 2 years. Coming back has been so fun and refreshing. I think it's funny because like the things that we used to complain about in D3 are the things that we tend to now enjoy about D3. When you don't play for a while, right? But like when D3 was like the game that you might have grinded or whatever, you know, different story, right? It was like, oh man, why is it just GRs? Kind of thing. And now you're kind of just happy that like to have GRs. Right? But right, it's just like, yeah, it's just like you know what I mean? It's like you have a new appreciation for some things that you know that we generally didn't care for before, or thought was like either not good or just mediocre or whatever, and it's like, oh, that like I guess that really wasn't that bad, you know, kind of thing.
Let's see what we can do.
I am returning to town.
See where I'm at with that. Probably should roll something. I didn't feel like spinning mats, but I want to get like some sort of like vitality. There we go. I don't die as much. Let's see what this one is. Oh, okay, yeah, better. I really don't want to spend much mats on gear I'm gonna replace real soon, but I did want to farm a little bit better. So we'll do a little something. Guess we can go ahead and do cold damage here. Or at least maybe. Not. There we go. This doesn't have any vitality on it. Well, guess we probably should do. Nah, I guess vitality is fine. Despite that, could roll hunger and arrow damage on it, but that'll work. All right. That should help a little bit. And companion. Rolls hunger and arrow, I'll take it, but until then, let's do vitality. Alright, that should help me stay alive a little bit better. Just a little bit. I worked hard on your grades and mine got the Xbox. I got D3 and Black Ops 2 as your first games. Word. I had to Google the song because that's when it was Will Smith. And it was, yeah, it was. You know, people could say what they want about Will Smith, but he did have some hits, man. You know, even if he wore the badge of being a corny rapper or whatever, but he has some hits. Miami and Wild West 11. Yo, that music video for Wild Wild West, man. Like, I mean, the movie wasn't really good, but the but the music video was. Will Smith and Jim Carrey are the only two celebrities you want to meet. I mean, I'm a huge Jim Carrey fan when it comes to his movies or whatever like that. Especially back in the day, like the Ace Ventura series, Pet Detective, and When Nature Calls. Obviously some of the other stuff too, but man, I was a kid when both of those came out, but I could like recite almost every line in both of those movies. Yeah, Jim Carrey as Dr. Eggman was an incredible choice. I still can't get over. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I think he kind of like. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Sonic itself, like in the movies, like his the character and the way that they did the character was actually really good. But I still think like Jim Carrey kind of makes the movie. But the movies, put it that way. But we'll see if he actually comes back though, because like the way that they wrote the ending, would make it seem like he, like just in case he chooses not to do it again, like the ending would hold off. He says having fun playing Eggman. Yeah. I think he just kind of have free reign to do almost. I'll say whatever. Like obviously he had to kind of keep it into context, but I think he had almost free reign to be, as Jim Carrey as he wanted to be. I'm sure that does make it fun. Roast on a call, shout out Hot Topic. Imagine they didn't fix the fur and then get Jim. There'd be no reason to watch it. I don't really think that the original Sonic design was that bad. I mean, it wasn't good, but it's not enough for me not to watch. It wouldn't be. I mean, as long as the character was portrayed the same way that we have been seeing it, I would have been fine with the previous design, or I would say fine. Like I would deal with the previous design no matter how ugly it really was. But not having Jim Carrey for Eggman, that might be a different story though, for sure. Shadow or Knuckles in that design. My thing is, I don't even know what they were thinking in the first place. Like, why would you just not have Sonic look like Sonic, right? Like actual Sonic. This is not that hard, But you peak Jim Carrey's Liar Liar. Liar Liar was definitely one of my favorite movies. One of my favorite movies, actually. That was really good. Tails, oh my god. I mean, huge has to be the true to the source person. Otherwise, we end up with Dragon Ball Z Evolution. Oh man, nah, don't compare it to that, man. That was just awful. Like that was just, oh man, oh man, oh man. Do you want to know? Yeah, Dragon Ball. We won't talk about Dragon Ball Evolution. I mean, everything was wrong about that though. Like everything, wasn't even about like the storyline or whatever. Like legit everything was wrong about it.
I'm overburdened.
I don't really know. Let's see what this is. Nah, still not anything I want. Enforcer.
I am returning to town.
Kind of wish D4 has set items like the D3. Honestly, I don't. I definitely do not wish that.
I can't carry anymore.
I do not like set items. At least the way that D3 did them. I'm okay with like 3-piece sets, like All Gills, Captain Crimson, like those things. Guardians, that's fine. But like entire 6-piece sets where legit they tell you exactly how to play said build and or skill, and there's very little creativity around that aspect. I did not like that at all. Still don't like that. So I think taking up half of your gear slots is just really bad, in my opinion, because then you have no room to be creative. And so like basically the balance becomes whether or not your 6-piece set gives you 300,000% damage to a certain skill or whatever, and then now you're forced to play that skill, or that set is bad or whatnot. So that's kind of how I viewed it. So actually kind of happy to not see that in D4, and if they do it in D4, I would rather it be like maybe 2-piece set, 3-piece max. In fact, actually, like that's the reason why I actually like Diablo 3 vanilla. Like some cases in Diablo 3 vanilla a little bit better, just because of the fact that it did not have any set like big sets. It had 2-piece sets, sort of like that. But you have more variety of builds that you can play per se versus what Blizzard kind of came up with for you. With that being said, I mean, I do like some builds, obviously in D3. Like I love the UE, UE multi-shot. I'm pretty okay with shadows. I like shadows as well. But yeah. I'm gonna need a tab just for gems.
Fate smiles on you. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I'm
What a
overburdened.
steal.
The movie itself along the lines of one of the actors. If I thought about that movie, actually, if you're interested to hear, if you haven't heard. Now, what's the fact? Oh, James Masters, he played Piccolo in the movie. He's actually a huge Dragon Ball fan. That actually went on to voice Zamasu in Super. Oh, interesting. But my question is, why did he even like align himself with Dragon Ball Evolution if he was a big fan? Is like the thought I had. You know, like if you know this is like really bad and nowhere near the source material, why would you even bother? Unless you got paid really good money or something. But I can't imagine being a fan and then being a part of that movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I can't imagine that. Because I mean, at that point, it's like you know better, right? Like you know. You're just like, bro, this is not this ain't it. So it make it could look like Gohan, but he didn't look like Kakarot. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Yeah, I think Sets could work in D4 if you could use certain legendary aspects to enhance their green for his special abilities. I think right now we have a lot of issues just trying to use all the aspects we have now, because you know the uniques and mythics being as strong as they are. I think we have a lot of aspects that would be kind of cool to use, but they get overridden by other things, especially like utility aspects and stuff that would be kind of cool to use, but there's just no room. You add sets and then you kind of you make that kind of issue even worse in a sense, because then you definitely won't have room. Now you're trying to look at how to give up your good aspects to be able to fit in a set piece here and there kind of thing. Like I said, I think a 2-piece set might be kind of cool, maybe 3, but I think we need to add more slots. Like we need to have like a bell slot, or I don't know, nose ring or something. I don't know. Something. We need more slots if we're gonna do sets. They could make the Paragon board like sets. They can do like sets for Paragon board stuff, like glyph sets or whatever. I don't know, glyph set, node sets. If you take a certain node on one board and then on a different board, if you have 3 different nodes or like that, you can kind of make a set out of it. Like I'd be okay with that. I don't know if I would want to like, take up item slots per se, but like, if you want to do sets like that, I'd be totally down. Cause like Paragons are like, just Paragon's boring in D4, so like that'd be a good way to spice it up. What a kill him on. Man, you missed the Infinite Paragon system with the D3. Don't know why so many people hated on it. You really want to know? Cause I'll give you the lowdown. People complain about bots. Bots was a big problem, yes. That's part of it. That was part of it. other part is leaderboards is pretty much the only really end game that you kind of seek for in Diablo 3. So when you have a system that encourages botting, aka cheating or whatever, in a sense where someone botting is going to have a pretty big advantage because paragons, especially like in the earlier gons, like between 1 and 3,000, there's significant benefits to that for leaderboard pushing and things. That just becomes a pretty massive problem. It makes people not want to, compete per se, or GR push, or rank on the leaderboards or whatever, because you don't have a chance. I do agree with you in terms of the progression part of it. Like the Paragon, I mean, it feels good to Paragon up and stuff like that, but I think it being infinite was probably not the best idea. If they would have capped it at, like, I don't know, maybe like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 at the, somewhere around that range or so, I think that would have been fine. But when you have botters and account sharers getting into the 6, 7, 8,000 Paragon range, it's just like, at that point, it's,
I am returning to town.
feels like the issue is people cheating but not infinite Paragon. Yeah, well, I mean, but you don't give them incentive to want to cheat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think giving them more incentive to want to cheat is not a good thing. So, because I mean, obviously you can't really stop cheating in any games, period. But you also don't want to make it easy either. you don't want to make it in a sense to where it's easy to kind of ruin the integrity of the one thing you have in your game, which is the leaderboards. Obviously Turbo Hub was an issue too. That's another topic. But yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not saying that the cap needs to be 3,000, but I'm just saying like a cap in general would have made it so so there, I mean, you would still have botting, don't get me wrong, like obviously, but the botting will only have but so much value if your power, I guess, scaling even in a small amount wasn't nearly infinite. How long did I play the Paragon season? Oh, he was trying to kill him mom. Actually, so I think the 800 Paragon was like way too low of a cap. Like, I think that was way too low. But it did kind of make things interesting, because then now at that point it becomes about it'll be more about your knowledge of how to push GRs than it was your Paragon. So people were on like a more of an even playing field. Now, granted, if you weren't like a GR pusher or someone who ranked up on the leaderboards, you might not, at that point, you might not have cared. You might have just wanted the progression part of things, right? Which is understandable. Like, I'm not saying one is good, one is bad, right? But yeah, I almost think that a good compromise would be like to have solo cell found, which we do right now. But then have Paragon cap and solo cell found, in a sense, like maybe solo cell found cap at maybe 5,000, whatever like that, and then not solo cell found can remain uncapped or something. Like, I think that would have been fine, in my opinion. I think the more serious players would have probably played solo self out anyways. So that way you kind of get people who want to be more serious about the competitive part of it. You know, I guess a little less reason to bot. And then the people who want to bot and do whatever they want to do past that point can do so and then not solo self found in a sense. I got a long way to go then. I don't think I'm gonna actually play Shadow. A Shadow, ooh, okay. I mean Natalia's. I don't think I'm gonna play Natalia's. Appreciate your insights on that. Yeah, I'm just saying. I guess I mean, as someone who's played like literally like over a decade of D3, also I guess Paragon should have been a little bit more interesting too as well, but that's a whole nother story. Like the fact that all your stuff, your buffs and stuff start at 800, it's kind of a weird thing. Considering like the later stages of the game, but at the same time, a lot of people didn't really reach 800 Paragon. It's actually kind of hard to believe, but like yeah, like the majority of the audience that played did not reach 800 Paragon. So that honestly was the original reason for having Paragon cap being at 800 when they did it that one season. It's because most people don't make it to 800. And I still think to this day that's actually kind of crazy to think about, but that was the reason. That literally was the reason. Which is nuts. I'm just like, no way, man. Come on. Like, no. It's like they're just like, yeah. Yeah. Trying to like convert this into like, come on. I don't want to use my mask trying to get it down. Okay, a chest. That works. Now I just need a quiver to make that work. But that gives me, oh, I already got the chest already. Wait a minute, one. That's weird on why. There's some pants. Pants and helm. That's what I needed. Crap. Alright. Let's do it again. Also, random question. Does D4 have the rebirth feature yet? Honestly, I don't even know. I barely ever use it in D3. I was just deleting my characters manually, but just seasons never made any sense. I mean, they kind of feel a lot like D3 seasons, but bigger. Some seasons, I guess. But I guess you have to also understand that the vertical progression, just because there's no in-game leaderboards, it doesn't really seem much of a point. Like, you know, in terms of like why do you have the good gear that you have, right? Whereas in D3, you know why. You know what you're gonna deal with it, I guess, maybe eventually. D4 you don't. Other than just, you know, you have it. Your character from last season just sit there at level 100. Oh, you mean with the new Paragon system? The characters that just sit there don't make sense. That makes sense. I see what you mean. think I said this before, but like I remember when I was like younger, I didn't truly understand like this song. I listened to the song and I was, you know, whatever, but I didn't like really get it until I was like an adult, right? When I was older, I was like, oh, that's what this is about. Okay, all right. But when you're young, you're not listening. You're not really paying attention to like the story that's unfolding here in this song. You see how nice I go paragraph farming during the season, then dumping it to the turn around. Oh well, yeah. So there is Paragon, in the sense of, so yeah. Let me say years ago. So they did a lot of changes to how we get our Paragon in D4 now, and it's capped, but it's actually quite difficult to reach cap, or it takes a while to actually cap. It feels more like D2's regular leveling, but with Paragon instead, sort of, and that transfers over to your Eternal character. I will say that it doesn't. I will say that the grind for Paragon doesn't feel nearly as influential or valuable as it is in D3 by any means. But yeah, I would almost say it feels almost like D3 vanilla grind almost right now in terms of D4's Paragon. Back when you would like get your character's Paragon to level 100 or whatever.
Fortune favors the bold. What a steal.
My pack is
But what up, Peachy? I'm just playing D3 pretty casually now, since I'm obviously not racing for any rank whatever spots that I used to do. But I did want to play this season, so that meeting just ended.
I am returning to town.
Okay, I actually forgot how this works. It's been a while. Okay, so it does make it a primal technically. Okay. It's still vengeance though. I forgot how small the text is in this game. It's kind of nutty. Let's turn our brightness down. No. No. I refuse. Bro, they're giving me everyone but what I want. There's only like 3 choices here, right? And it refuses to give me what I'm looking for. Like, for real? You serious? Ah, are you kidding me? Whatever. The game knows exactly what it's doing because it knows exactly what I want.
Fortune favors.
Appreciate the sub.
That will look nice on you.
RG, bro, I don't even want to talk about it. Going on to that too as well. Desire sensor working as intended. I guess we're at 85. Let's see. Need to watch Superhero. You definitely need to watch it. Yes. But all right, Photon Hydra, have a good one. I see you're about to go. Okay, maybe 85 was a little too ambitious for my gear right now. Also didn't do anything in the my altar at all. Ow. So I tried to pass it out, so I just shake my head. This is how Conduit should have been. You know what's funny? We kind of were having a discussion about that in a certain Discord. About the Conduit pylon or Conduit shrine. It's crazy that we can't have that feature and we just far into the game. I mean, to be honest with you, other action RPGs don't really have that feature either. Like PoE 2 doesn't have it. No one. Like, it's actually worse there. Like you know, nothing gets picked up by anything except for yourself, outside of like an item filter per se, right? You still gotta pick up like all the other things that isn't filtered. Last Epoch, same ish ordeal. So like Diablo 3 is really the only one that's like has a vacuum pickup of a lot of different things. Not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying I don't think it's not crazy that that D4 doesn't auto pick up and salvage a lot of things with the pet. Yeah, I think it could be better for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's crazy that they don't have it, but I do think it's crazy that they don't have it as a loot filter. But that's a different topic. All pylons and Diablo are terrible. Actually, you know, the artillery shrine is actually good. Artillery shrine is good. Blast wave can be good in pit related content. But conduit is definitely an embarrassment. But I think it kind of needs to be that. Not an embarrassment. Let me rephrase that. I think conduit just doesn't fit in Diablo 4. I think the idea of trying to bring it over to D4 because it was a thing in D3 I don't think it's necessary. Like in Diablo 3, conduit has its problems, especially like when pit pushing. Not pit pushing. GR pushing. Oh man, like it's strong and it's like neat because it's strong, but at the same time, like when going for a leaderboard clears up like that is at some point is conduit or bust. And so when like basically your clear is based on whether or not a conduit spawned when you wanted to spawn, what made it a bit too good. However, in D4 it's completely useless In fact, you get upset because you accidentally clicked the conduit, and you're just like, why did I do this? Oh my god! Like, you hate your life for the entire time that you're in conduit, right? So it's like, it's one extreme or the other. I don't know if they can really actually balance it to where it's good, but it makes you want to use it, but doesn't get to the point of where it was in D3, where it literally makes or breaks your clears, you know, at the higher end. I remember the last 10 seconds, no monster ever being around. That's fair. Yeah, true. Hate that I have to pick up scattered prisms all the time, for example. Honestly, don't. Because you don't really, like after about a couple of days, you don't need more scattered prisms. Like, you get so many of them that at some point you just don't. I haven't picked up a single scattered prism in a couple of weeks easily for the season. So I agree. I mean, don't. There's no reason to keep picking them up after a little bit. Whatever. Put this gem. We got Bane in the trap. Yeah, yeah. At some point, you just don't. I think 100% crit DPS would be better. Well, that's kind of what the artillery shrine technically does for you. People overthink condos in D3 were fun. Actually, I think most people who didn't compete in Diablo 3 probably would have that assertion, which is fair. I will say that if you weren't trying to like top 10 on like a leaderboard like that, or front page leaderboard, then that's a very valid point. Very, very valid. Which is why it wasn't changed, obviously, because they're not going to change. They're not going to make changes to the game like that for like the 1% of players. They're just not going to do that. So that's why Conduit was left as it was for his lifetime in Diablo 3. But personally, I disliked the idea, or I didn't like the over reliance on it when it came time for it, you know, to push or whatever. Naturally, the only 3 of you competing in Diablo 3, maybe 4. Well, okay, there were earlier times where there were considerably more people. It just depends on what season it is, right? Like if Demon Hunter was a stronger class that season, obviously you have a lot more competing. Actually, when God 6 first came out, it was you know, the popular set because it was one of the best builds in the game at the point, and you had a lot of people competing at that point. It's a rarity. It's a rarity that that's the case, but yes. But with that being said, though, Pisha, that's why I think I like the world clears versus the, you know, regional in game leaderboards per se, because there were more people to compete with. What do I think would be a good replacement for a conduit? I don't know. Honestly, just remove it. I mean, because the other shrines were actually okay. in D4. Like they're actually pretty decent. So like if you just remove it, then that means we have a higher chance of getting the other shrines that we might find useful. In my opinion, why spend development time on it? Just remove it. Don't waste development time on it. Use that for something else, because you know the game does need other, you know, attention to other areas for sure. You know, so don't waste development time trying to fix the conduit. You know, nah, man, just the game doesn't need it. And D4, yes. Remove it in D4, yes. It's just terrible. Why waste dev resources to? Because I mean, the thing about it is that like it's never gonna be good unless it's OP, unless it's straight up OP, and literally like deletes like not just your instance but other people's instance across the world. When you click it, you're not gonna ever want to click it. So I just don't see there being a middle ground. It's either gonna be like way too relied on, like in some cases in Diablo 3, or it's going to be useless in all like it is right now in all cases in Diablo 4. Like I don't know how they could make a middle ground for a conduit and make it something that you actually want to take. Yeah, things being OP in games makes things fun and interesting.
I am returning to town.
I mean, that's a way to look at it. That's why I think that, like, obviously outside of like the well, I mean, I guess that's not a, I mean, that's a fair point. Game design balance gets too tricky at max meta, but you also, I guess, at the same time you want people to feel like they're playing something that isn't that, you know, like, I guess you also don't want the other outcome to, I guess, when like where some things are incredibly OP, which makes the meta, I guess, kind of stale because no one wants to play anything that isn't OP. So the only option you have is to make everything OP. When you make everything OP, then there's no substance to the game because you have no resistance because everything is OP. Then you stop playing. Because it's like, well, and then people start complaining. Oh, well, your game is too easy. You know, you're not.
Don't be shy.
Where is the this? Where is the that? You know, I'm done playing the game in 4 hours. I can do everything in the game and one shot everything again in one. You know what I'm saying? Like you at some point there's a how do you say it?
What a steal. Maybe you can find a use for that
I'm overburdened.
someday.
I think it's a difficult thing to. Actually, I'll give you an example. Actually, I don't know how much you were into fighting games, but Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is, I guess, a decent example of this. Game was hella imbalanced. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, but it was hella imbalanced. And then once your friends understood the right combination, it wasn't fun anymore. If you didn't do anything remotely as close to that, because you got your ass handed to you all the time, and there was nothing you can do. Right? But the variety of different things just being completely jank was actually quite fun. And Capcom's ideal at the time was like their way of tackling people wanting to play a character was give every character one OP thing. right? It's like you can never maintain perfect balance, but if you give every character one thing that was OP, you know, then people would enjoy that per se. However, you know, some characters obviously had multiple OP things, and it just depends, right? If you're playing with local friends who don't really know the game, it's a blast. But the moment that you play with someone who knows, you know, Morgan, Citadel, Magneto, then the game becomes extremely oppressive, and you hate playing at that point. So I guess there's a careful, there's a I don't know. I do understand where you're coming from. I do. Yeah, you can try the Magneto Storm Sentinel, or you can kick it with Ken, right? You can. Again, like I said, if you're playing against, if you two evenly matched players, Ken, Ryu, Akuma versus Magneto Storm Sentinel, it wouldn't even be close. And then at that point, who's having the fun? Because like no one wants to be bad. Don't get me wrong. Like losing is sometimes is one thing, but like no one wants to have bad things. Relative, I guess. I think that's kind of where I'm getting at with like with action RPGs eventually, right? Like if something is OP, everyone's gonna want to play that OP thing or do that OP thing. And usually the answer for some people is like, well, why don't you buff everything to be as OP as an OP thing? You could do that, but then now the game doesn't have anything to challenge you with. Right?
I am returning to town.
And I think that's kind of what that kind of comes down to. So if the OP things invalidates your game, then you don't really have much of a game left. You can't really fix it. Well, technically you can, but what ends up happening is that you just add content that becomes a little harder, or make the content harder, right? It's like, well, yeah, well, make the content harder, right? And that's how you fix, you know, OP builds not having anything to do. Well, the problem is that make content harder, people are going to think, oh, well, you nerfed my build. And it's like, well, no, we didn't nerf your build. Like, well, no, but last season my build was like, you know, my build like nuked like Jupiter, right? The planet Jupiter. Like I pushed one button, Jupiter exploded. Now I push same button and like I can barely, you know, I'm like only taking off pieces of the moon instead. Like, you know, you nerfed my build. Like, no, you didn't nerf the build. You just made the content harder. And I was like, well, now buff my build. And it's like, okay, but your build was still powerful. We just made the content harder so you don't invalidate. It's like, well, now I'm no longer OP. I'm going to feel OP again. So now you buff the build to now invalidate the new content you made harder that people asked for because they were bored, because they were no longer challenged. And now we're back to like the cycle of game not challenging, game has no value, but I also want to be OP at the same time. I think it's a very tough, I'm not saying one is right or wrong, right? I just think it's a very difficult loop to try to, or a difficult task to try to please, well, everyone, I guess, or, you know, or, what's going to be good for your game, but also make sure that your players are also having fun.
Need more time.
Yeah, I had an argument on the Discord because I was saying D4 right now, so you just always to play OP builds. It's only been running Flurry. Right, bro. You're not even. Yeah, you haven't. Dude. Yeah.
I may be able to help you.
I am returning to town.
Hold on, I need to get my hands on Tekken 8. At some point, I'm gonna dabble in it. Don't let Riptide hear that though. Who's it? Jex, I think I just missed your whatchamacallit. Oh, I can pause in this game, that's right. I think my streamer bot quota ran out, so I can't see the YouTube chat, whatever like that. For Diablo. I was connected there. I just didn't see it. Scroll up. Oh yeah, you did say okay. Should Diablo do their 40 long version of PoE2 Actus? Not really, no. I don't think they should rip from it. I think they have the thing about it is that they actually have the content. Like they have the different modes in which they can scale. It's just a matter of scaling. You know, they can scale their own content to get more vertical progression. It's just a matter of whether they feel like it's necessary. Because believe it or not, whether we like it or not, whether we like it as players or not, like someone who like people who might play a lot, whether we like it, there's considerably more casual players that play, and there's nothing wrong with being a casual or any casual players playing a game, right? But there's a significantly bigger portion of the audience that don't even make it to T4 difficulty in Diablo 4. Like they don't even make it to T3, and most of them still don't make it to T2. So T1 is kind of where they end up. And you might think that's laughable considering how easy that, you know, some of us say the game really is. But the truth is, like the bigger portion of the audience don't make it past T1. So technically speaking, if over 90% of your player base don't make it past T1, then they still have vertical progression to go. They still got T2, they still got T3, they still got T4. So they still got a long ways to go. Whereas your blasters, or people who play pretty often, or people who like, you know the game pretty well, you know, we're in T4 in a day. Like literally one day. But when you think about it in terms of you know, like a business decision, I hate to say it that way, but it is kind of is what it is. When you look at it in terms of like a business decision, right? It's like, do you allocate resources to please the 5%, maybe 5% of players, and give them more to do, or do you still focus on making sure that the 95% of players who are lining your pockets, basically, you know, have what they need, and then that's it? And that's kind of what it comes down to. And when you think about it that way, you can kind of understand, or you can kind of see how the type of you know, decisions that they've made with the game. It's kind of obvious the crowd that they are more so catering to. Again, whether I agree or not is totally irrelevant, right? But just more of a business is gonna business, right? When a company's that large and shareholders, you know, are an extremely important part of the equation. You know, you prioritize the profits, I guess. You know what I mean? My only thing I always ask or try to ask for is just, you know, I get that portion of the whole, you know, prioritizing profits and stuff. I do think or wish that the company would throw us a bone. The people who like have been, you know, a fan of the series for a while and would like to continue to play your game long term. Just give us, you know, give us a bone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know we're not the ones lining your pockets. You know, I get it, but you know, I mean,
That is too expensive.
so we'll see kind of where they go with that.
You look like you could use a new item of
Docs, the text said heading out. Thanks for the discussion. Yeah, man. You too. You have a good one.
I need to go back.
I think it's fair enough that the only friction you experience is pushing. Oh, okay, sorry. So I think so with D4 would be unique. So I was totally fine with the concept, but majority of those not. So not everyone gets them, as far as I understand. Yeah. I do think the original drop rate might have been a teeny bit low. Before the bossing ladders came or whatever. Because before then, I think only one person found, like, actually found a unique conquest. I think 1-2 people or something like that. It was like extremely rare. That was a little extreme. But then being as kind of as common as they are now, definitely does kind of take some of the value away from them. But I guess the thing is, I think you have to kind of think about too, is that while I'm saying that, you also got to remember what I was saying earlier in the conversation, like 5 minutes ago, where it's like, if most casuals don't make it past E1, most of them aren't getting those uniques, those mythic uniques, right? Even now, even still with the drastically increased drop rates from the bosses like that, they're still not getting them. Like, and yeah. The problem there dies that people who don't progress further is because the game doesn't explain to them that damage works. That's actually very true. Not just damage, but like things don't, you know, tooltips don't necessarily they don't, you know, the tooltip don't tooltip pretty much. That's also another problem. So yeah, you're right. You're right. That is a big part of the problem. Although I do have a not devil's advocate per se, but I do have the thing here where Diablo 3 does a better job of things working mostly correctly. It's also a bit more. It's also simple, more simple to understand, and yet the data still shows that most people don't reach 800 Paragon, and D3 is considerably easier to understand.
I need to go back.
So like, and this is what like the season journey kind of giving you a 6-piece set. right? Like this is what the season journey, like giving you a 6-piece set. You know, not even have to go that far into it. And once you get the 6-piece set, you're like dominating. But over a course of 3 months, many players don't reach 800 Paragon. So while I do think that what you're saying, what you said is definitely correct, even if given the right tools and a simplified format, I don't know how much it would change things. But the way it is currently in D4 certainly does not help at all. It might have been too low, but now it's like way too high. It's too accessible because of dude mats. Also true. Yeah, I think who was it? Panda Glassjaw was actually talking about this the other day, or earlier today, I think it was, or some point, I don't know, where like the perspective in hardcore is in Diablo 4 hardcore is different because trading is like not much of a thing in hardcore because, well, people die and lose characters. So a lot of things that you grind on hardcore is what you personally grind. So like, I think it's a good way to kind of look at the progression of the game when you don't have dupe maps running around, or even dupe gear or anything of that nature, like hyperinflation running around like in hardcore. Like your experience is definitely different. And I didn't think about that until like, you know, I heard Panda talking about it.
Still waiting.
I may be able to help you.
You should play hardcore. I mean, I know you're just joking, but a part of me actually really wants to, man. Sometimes I do. But like playing hardcore would definitely extend the life of my seasons and some of the games. Cause like I'll definitely be way more aggressive. I mean, I'll learn obviously, just like I did in original like D3 vanilla when I did play hardcore. But I'm gonna always want to push the envelope of how glassy can I believe while I'm playing hardcore, right? Just because naturally that's what I would want to do. And then that happens, and then it's like, well. But I definitely wouldn't have ran without like elusive ring. I wish I would have survived had I had that, right? Sag. Four times like screw it, D 3 times.
Hello.
I'm returning to town.
What was that? Are those, was that 85? Not bad.
Well done. I should get accustomed to that.
I left the whatchamacallit on the ground. Marauders, which I'm never gonna play. Bush, that's fine. Actually, not a bad Shadow Glove. I feel like because it's been so long that I gotta like really look at what I'm it's actually not a bad card last point actually. How did I think I did Echo and Fury did for my strafe and fail. Of course we'll start with this so. You're doing an opportunity to save all your green items to get the thumbs in. Oh yeah. True. Long time no see, Johnny. Yeah, I guess I gotta save on my. You're right. I forgot. I'm gonna fill my inventory with crap I don't want, but I get it. Richard, what's up, man? Or Johnny, what's up? Come back into dabble into a little bit of D4. Not D4, sorry, D3. I do like the season theme. I guess couldn't last during the weekend.
My pack is
Well, we're doing that weekend, so
Where's the bold?
we're slowly getting into it.
What a steal. Oh, that's
I
nice.
can't carry anymore.
Can I have it back?
No, we'll do belt because I still need a better belt.
Indeterminate usefulness. See you soon. Don't forget, luck
I
always
cannot afford
changes.
that.
Actually, speaking of which, I need to look at my shadow video. And also try to get some the Guardian set at some point for Shadow. So you're gonna try to play Wish Doctor this time. When's the last time you played Wish Doctor?
I require a new skill.
Any class set helm. Yeah, I have 2 of them, so I guess I can get rid of them. A long time ago. Okay, yeah. Yeah, things have definitely changed on the Witch Doctor. The chicken bill actually does stuff now. So kind of cool. I'd normally work my way out. I kind of totally forgot. How do I normally go? Yeah, definitely not this route. Well, maybe that, but that's also really good too. For now, like that'd be great to have right now, but go this way. No, I gotta do the whatchamacallit. Yeah. I feel like I kind of forgot about most most of the quest stuff I need to actually do. I don't need resource cost reduction, so we'll do radius. We're trying to build I think it's hot poison build. Yeah, yeah, Zuni's darts. How many keys do I got left? 36. All right. We'll continue a little bit more. I think I definitely will play more tomorrow. Like, I think I played more D4 than I planned to actually, because I was testing things. What I test? So I was trying to. I think someone in my Discord actually was saying something about like the air perdition doing a lot better for him than this +5 trick attack helm on Heartseeker. I really couldn't really imagine why that would be the case. to make sure there's nothing going on that's like weird. I'm thinking maybe, you know, maybe we were getting like double bonus from the air, something like that, where like the bonus would like jump to the clone or something, and thus give you another 60% or whatever. Even when asked on the, well, I mean, well, he was just saying in general. So like, but the thing about it is that like you always proc trick attacks throughout the run, like the pit run itself, not on the boss per se, but like on the run. So like, your run shouldn't be faster with air; it should be faster with Cal all the way up into the boss. With no ads, of course. So I was like, okay, let me see if there's anything funky going on. So I decided to craft the air or whatever, and decided to test and see if, you know, maybe the clone was getting the second portion of the air buff or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happened. Like, you know, that's a possibility, right? It's like, you know, knowing Blizzard's coding, that's a possibility. To come and find out, obviously that wasn't the case. And then some other stuff. Tried out different gloves again. So it gets kind of.
You have a gem?
I need to go back. Well done. My training has paid off.
Got the D3. Yeah, I'm playing a little bit of both still. So like I'm not like 100% blasting the D3. I'm kind of casually getting there, if that makes sense. But I will get my stuff and do a push on Shadowing and UE. So probably take me like maybe a couple of weeks to get there. And that's fine. I'm in no rush. So Outcast song is fine. Yes. Yes. So much so. But yeah, tomorrow I definitely will start D3 a bit earlier. Cut my time from 3 hours of D4 to like maybe 1.5 hours roughly. So I have something to grind in D3.
Good to see you.
I am returning to town.
How old are you? Like 27? Oh man, I think you're gonna be disappointed when I actually tell you my actual age. I mean, I remember when I was 27. What was I actually doing when I was 27? I sure don't remember. I don't recall. Actually, no. 27 was good. Yeah. 27 was good. That was a good year. You want to take a guess how old I am? $34. What was I doing at 34? Oh yeah, I was 1 year before COVID actually. The year before COVID, I was I was 34. Yeah, I just turned 40 last Wednesday. I can't believe it either. Actually, when you say it, like it was believable when I was 39 for me. Like I was like, oh, 39. That's But 40 just sounds like you hit like a interesting milestone, right? Like. What Peacher? What happened? They're very young. I get that a lot. I still get carded sometimes wherever I go. Make it sound. I mean, like, okay, but like, I just hit 40. Maybe it'll sink in like, a few months from now, or it just it sounds normal. But for me, like going from 39 to 40, it's like I'll put it this way. You know how like something is like 99 cents, right? Someone said, "Oh yeah, it's not. It's only 99 cents." You're like, "Okay, that sounds great." But the moment someone says it's like $1.04, that sounds way worse, doesn't it? Like, that sounds way more expensive than 99 cents. That's what it feels like. You know what I mean? Like, 40 is technically not much worse than 39, but it just sounds like that. You know what I mean? It just sounds like I'm in a whole different, like, I don't know, like age bracket of people. Now I'm 40. I'm supposed to like join a club or something, or sign up for a membership of I don't know, the second coming of a midlife crisis or something. I don't know. Like it just sounds like it's like, okay, I'm at that point now, whatever that is. Like I said, I haven't been 40 for very long, so. Sure. That's all. Yeah, that's all. Bad RG. Oh, you turned 28 on Friday. He was born about. Oh wow. On Valentine's Day with a heart defect.
Richard
Wow, that
Fireman
is.
5 donated $10. D3FTW.
Thanks, Richard. Hope everything's been well with you, man. You doing okay though, Jurex? Can't imagine like what that's like. I for me is like I have a heart murmur, which hasn't really affected me like in like a major way. It's like it's just there. Like my heart just stops at some points. It used to scare like people I used to date in the past because like they're like um so like let's say they'll like lay on my chest or something like that and I'm sleeping and all of a sudden like they just don't hear my heartbeat. They freak out and it's just like they'll wake me up. And I'm just like, what? And it's like, your heart stopped. I'm like, oh, yeah. It does that sometimes. And they're just like, what? What do you mean it does that sometimes? Yeah, it happens sometimes. And they just look at me weird and like crazy, like super scared. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can understand why they're scared. Don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, I'd freak out too, but. Yes, sir. Things are good considering. Good to hear, man. I suck at this whole grinding thing again. I'm like not doing back-to-back GRs. Looking at my gear. You could tell it's been a while.
Fortune favors the bold.
I don't even know what I need. Cause I really don't want to build too much into God 6 though. I really just need to whatchamacallit. We'll just do whatchamacallit.
Don't forget, luck
can't carry
always
anymore.
changes.
Like lint on denim. Ain't bent, don't bend
My
'em.
father was a great man. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Poor kids these days don't know how good Lil Wayne was. Alright, let's see. We'll do a few more. He was born with the VSD. I don't know much about it. You don't have to explain it if you don't want to, but I definitely don't know much about that at all. Full time. He's like, I turned 31 in April. I don't want to. No, Mr. Jiggle. No. So I meant poor kids as in sad. Yeah, it's not like financially poor. I hope no one took it like that. I think with the name like Mr. Jiggle Balls, I don't think anyone's taking anything. That seriously. You're good, sir. You're good. You're good. You're good, sir. The Wayne mixtape era, yeah. True. Very, very, very true, man. Abstract though. No. I will say with Lil Wayne though, I have mixed opinions on his like like auto tune era though. Even though his auto tune era was some of his best work, I just didn't like the idea of auto tune in general. Honestly, at the time, I felt like the only person that was using it, that was making great use of it, that didn't need to use it, but people were okay with him using it, was T-Pain, because he can actually sing. You know, so like auto-tune only enhanced his abilities he already had, whereas for everyone else it was just kind of like you're using it for a different sound, which I guess is okay, but I don't know, I don't know, like I just felt like auto-tune was, you know, kind of like, I won't say exclusive to T-Pain, but like it was cool how he used it. Because he can already sing, so all he did was just it just enhance what was already there.
I'm here to help. Hello.
I was like, where's my take? There we go.
I am returning to town.
T-Pain streams are really funny. I am following him on Twitch actually, and I don't really get a chance to really watch any of his streams, but I am following just out of like pure curiosity. He used to say things that I wouldn't catch it to like months and months. Like, oh yeah, like when, yeah. Like I did, like I said before, like I do think that was like, you know, one of the best eras for Lil Wayne for sure. Yeah, streams are pretty cool. T-Pain streams. I almost feel like, I'm not saying that everybody should just do it, but like, I feel like I'm surprised I don't see more of that from like other artists or big names from different, you know, industries or whatever. Like it's so easy to take your audience to like Twitch or whatever and just talk as another source of income easily. Like, not saying that, you know, you might be, you may or may not be good at it, but your name alone will carry you. Like, I'll put it to you this way. I'll give you an example. What I mean by this in terms of like your name be able to carry you. Like, freaking like Jeff Bezos could stream, and it'll probably like be one of the most terrible streams ever. But I guarantee you, he'll have like easily a couple of thousand. 4 or 5, 6,000 people watching just because it's Jeff. Not because he's interesting. Not because people even like the guy. You could like him, you couldn't like him, you know, whatever, however you feel, right? But just because he's Jeff Bezos, you're going to watch the stream. Right? Easy income. Easy, like, we'll only watch the Elon to see if it's actually him playing. I mean, like, dude, I mean, that whole, man, I don't know, man. Like, it I don't know. Bro, the richest man. And didn't think to maybe try to find some way to hide the fact that you don't play on that account. You could have at least maybe, you know, paid the guy who's leveling your account to kind of give you maybe a 15-minute tutorial of how to like do stuff in the game before you stream, right? I'm just surprised that that just wasn't a thought, and that he seriously thought he can get away with trying to fool everybody into thinking that it's his account and he did all that, right? Like, I just Yilama. Yilama. Oh man. I mean, actually, I kind of knew that even when he was playing D4. I think it's more believable in D4 because D4 is, you know, it's not as complex in general. So like, it was a little bit more believable then, or whatever. But I'm just like, there's no way that he can make the claims that he does about, you know, working harder than most people in America. But yet you somehow have 12 hours a day to be able to level up a unique glyph for Abattoir Azir in Diablo 4. Like, it's literally impossible to have that much time. You can't. Like, you literally can't. Right? So I knew then, I'm like, there's just no way, you know? Like, you just... it's... Again, like I think I was saying, like, you know, maybe he had that, you know, time chamber from the from Dragon Ball Z, right? Where like, you know, a year for him is like a day for us or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and if so, like, you know, sell that shit so we can get access to it, right? You know, put that on the market so we can get a little bit of that. Something, I don't know, but like, man, just... Oh yeah, I forgot I can just hit control and look over. It's been, I swear, I don't know how to... Shadow pants, nice, I'll take that. Wherever, we'll do the crossbow just in case it's ancient. Let's see him play Quake now after all this, because that was his first claim. He was rating Quake. That's the thing. I mean, Quake is really old, so like, granted, when Elon was younger, he might have been okay at gaming at some point. Definitely not now, obviously. You know, Quake, you need reflexes, which with age that just, you know, deteriorates, you know, quite a bit. Not making up excuses for him by any means, but you know, it could have been possible that he might have been okay, not good. but okay at it at some point back in his younger years. Or maybe not, like with the way he was dragging maps from his inventory to the to his stash. I don't know. But for real, I don't know. This is where like his company is to stand by itself. He need to manage a bit, but not like this and to start Tesla. Yeah, but I mean, still, like if you're technically running multiple companies per se, like the thing about it is that you don't even have to be like most people with normal jobs don't have that time. Like people with normal like regular jobs don't have 12 hours a day to grind for a unique glyph. You know what I'm saying? NES kids, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're like normal people with kids barely have like 5 to 10 hours a week to play. But how you have 12 hours a day? You know, and you just I just I mean, I don't have 12 hours a day to do it. To do that. At most I can like give up 3 days worth of 12 hours or so before like it's like, all right, I gotta go back to like doing like regular workish type stuff. Stink on you, yes, yeah. I will say this though, I do slightly feel a little bit bad for Rob because I feel like I remember when all this went down, people were in Rob's chat, sort of like trying to get Rob to admit that Elon, well, you know, cheats, I guess. It wasn't playing on his accounts or whatever. And like Rob just would not. You could tell like Rob didn't want to say anything. He felt real uncomfortable there. As if he was like, you know, as if he like Elon had him like, you know, have him in his back pocket like he was bought or something. And like I know Rob is not that individual. However, at the same time, like I could tell how uncomfortable he was getting with those questions or whatnot. And like his chat was just like, bro, like come on, like it's obvious he doesn't he wasn't want to play on this account, but Rob did not want to talk about it. Oh, Rob got a bad. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. You know, pretty sure. I can't imagine like Ace of Spades not getting a bag. Because like Ace of Spades, you know, he's like you. I don't think Ace of Spades really cares about the clout of playing with the richest person on earth. Like he's like, you want to play with me? You're gonna have to cough up something. Like, I don't think he, you know, I don't see Ace of Spades just doing it to be like, yo, it's Elon. No. I can see it being a business thing with Ace of Spades. Like, bro, like you want the clout? What's in it for me, sir? type thing. EVP is increased. Well, sounds like hell. I don't have time. My job's kids on my wife, and then you work part time. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, Elon gave him a big point or something. I will say this though, like, you know, good or bad or whatnot, I enjoy making fun of his claimed gaming ability that he obviously does not have. He just literally embarrassed himself. it just kind of goes to show that like even the people who have the most money in the world can buy anything, can't really buy happiness. Like, you can't buy acceptance. You can't buy. Dude wants to be accepted so bad in a relative, like a really small community at that. Like, we're talking about like the action RPG community is a small community, like a really small community. He really wanted to be accepted by this extremely small community. For what reason? Who the hell knows? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't. But apparently there's something there that made it very important for him to be accepted by this particular community, or our community, I guess. And that's what would have made him happy. Again, weird, I guess you can call it, but I think conceptually, when you look at the big picture, it's like, again, even all the monies, all the models you've slept with, all that you got all that, right? And you're still seeking happiness from a video game community, a very small one at that. It just feels like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even like bashing the dude at this point, like I was with his video games, abilities. But like, it just makes you wonder, like, being that filthy rich and still feeling a bit empty inside, that you had to go out of your way to fake your gaming ability. You know what I mean? Like. Again, I'm still gonna laugh at the memes and like pick on and stuff like that, but that's also just sad. I can't. I don't know what that is. I can't even like describe it or put into words and do context what that is. You know what I mean? Like, why is it that important to him? That way he would even like pick on like Asmongold, or try to pick on Asmongold. Even leak his D. Like, it's just. Tuesday, my favorite Elon mode, and it was like someone showing at the Cybertruck. And the window breaks with the rock in the presentation. Yeah. This girl probably said, "Did you see Rob's 2628 quicker than 150 feet?" That's so high. Yeah, no. All that for up for clout, and it wasn't even the clout he wanted. Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll be treated to another, series of that kind of behavior. I feel like this was just season 1. think I got a single Echo Nightmare screen yet. Just cleared your first Torment 4 solo play ever using your random build. Nice, nice. Biggest question is, are you enjoying yourself? And man, this build's been a blast. Just for just makes me feel powerful. That's good to hear. I know this might sound small or, you know, maybe insignificant or whatever, but like, people don't know like how difficult it was. Actually, it was the most difficult build I had to write for a season ever in for Maxroll and Diablo 4, because of how convoluted the build is in terms of like rotations and, you know, possible ways to kind of go about it, and the amount of different buffs to upkeep and trying to keep up dance, and the other more spammy version, but you have no track of precision, so you don't know whether you're in the right, you know, it just finding a particular approach to be able to write for Maxroll for people to be able to perform and feel powerful without feeling like the build is way too difficult or too tough to do the rotation was hard. That was I can't I like to this day, like I almost am surprised I was able to pull it off and people like what was there, because it's definitely a different approach than like what's kind of all over the internet, right? But at the same time, it's like I wanted to make sure people, when they cast Rain of Arrows, that Rain of Arrows is real strong and it does the job. I was looking for consistency and somewhat simplicity at the same time, and which is why I went with the Short of Varathiel variant, a version of it. Like I created that like for that purpose. It's like, but I was afraid. Like I was definitely afraid of like how people were going to like react to that or perceive it. Considering the other versions that I know that was going to be out there of the 1-to-1 beast fall spam type sort of thing. So I'm just glad that people are enjoying it, because man, I definitely had a couple of like, I don't say sleepless nights per se, but like just stressing so much over because I mean thousands of people are like reading the guides and stuff like that, so it's like, you know, just stressing over, oh god, you know, is this gonna go over well, you know, and so that's why I think, even if it might sound like a weird thing to ask when I say, are you enjoying, you know, yourself or whatnot, is literally just wanting to make sure that, you know, the feedback in the sense of like, you know, not only is it working for you, but you enjoy actually performing the build. Like that's to me, that means a little bit more, for sure. Hey Jim, what's up, man? Oh, the guy for Barrage, but I can't equip another. They have 3 more growth decay equip. And 10 messages on here. I can't equip to, what do you, am I doing something wrong? Um, I'm trying to think of how to help. Then I can't quit more. You should be able. Yeah. What abstract said that your guys are so easy to explain that I usually think in the people, especially how you break down interaction out of that word. People lose so much DPS because their rotation of time is off and they don't realize. That was another thing I think. Um, that was definitely another thing. I I wanted to explain all the different ways you can do it, but I also wanted to explain the pros and cons. And I think also try to explain why I made the choice I made because of the pros and cons of said stuff. Because they all have pros and cons. Like there's no perfect way to go about it, but yeah. I started playing at the end of the last season, and I saw on the Woody and you collab build that's on this Discord. The season that followed went very great one by you and Maxroll. I'm surprised how lucky I've been to get it almost identical to the guy. So I'm sure it was hard. It really works though. Once I got the pieces rolled together, really started to flow and become super fluent. Good. That's cool. Cool. That's good to know. It's good to know. It's cool. I think that yeah. I do hope that they, when they, I guess next season, season 8, that maybe they'll look at some changes that would make some builds or some setups a little easier to approach. Because I can't imagine they expected, you know, the ways that we're trying to play Rain of Rose the way that we are, I guess, in a sense. So hopefully we'll see some changes to that too as well. If you use Maxroll, guys, you get a streamer loot buff. Oh man. All right, well, guys, I'm gonna have to take off here. Sorry for not streaming Monday or Sunday and Monday. I had a lot of tax stuff to take care of. But we're back on normal schedule now. And yeah. I will say that it will be a D4, D3 type stream in a sense. I play a little bit D4 early on. Then I play D3 kind of sort of. I'll be rotating off on and off about that. I don't know if I will be playing any. I will say that I don't know if I'll be playing Wild's beta the second time through. Not that I think it's bad or anything like that. It's just more so if it's the exact same thing, it's like, I've already done all of that for like a lot. You know what I mean? If it has something new, sure. But if not, I'll probably skip the second round of beta. And then, but I will play WoWs when it comes out on the 28th, though. That is definitely the plan, for sure. Selkins! What's happening? How are you? Hero above all, every guy I fall from you has been super linear and it gets me to where I need to. Love all the Maxroll boys. Keep it up. Thanks, man. Thank you. Oh, Eggman. I haven't seen Eggman in a while. Although I'm not going to raid to Eggman, by the way. Just not going to do it. I don't dislike him, but like at all. Like I don't like dislike him, but I typically don't raid to like known cheaters. I mean, this is the case. I mean, it just is what it is. Like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. Actually, I mean, if you were streaming Cell, you know, I would have totally rated over there. But no, instead of streaming, you're here, jerk. Cell's cool though. Cell kittens. Exactly. I might just go to a friend at this point. Let's go to Paranoid Pixie. She's actually doing was it Kingdom Come Deliverance? She's really cool. She's here actually, I don't say a lot, but she's here a bit. And she has a wholesome personality. You guys will like her. He said, "Oh, you've seen lots of people playing it." Yeah, me too. Yeah, I don't know if it's like my kind of thing, so I'm not quite sure if I would see myself like diving into it. But I said, "Jerk says I have a good night." Thanks, bro. You too. Enjoy, Pixie. I will see y'all, I guess, here on the night, given the time. And as always, till next time.